Morning, Krishna. How are you? You're on mute, Dost. Good morning. I can't hear you, Krishna.
No, sir, still not audible.
Pardon?
No, sir is not still audible. Krishna, sir.
Krishna sir is not still audible.
Yeah. No, sir, you're not audible. Yeah, got it. That's fine. Network is arranged. No, don't call. Sir, Harish, sir. I call करें. He will join.
Have we gone live? No, we are not yet gone live, correct?
Sorry, sir.
We are, sir. We are live, sir.
Yeah. Stay behind. There's a button here. By mistake, don't press it. Okay? Is there a button there? Don't say it. Don't press it. Don't press it.
Can you hear us, Krishna? So we can't hear you still.
Here now?
Yeah.
Now we can hear you, sir.
Yes.
Here now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, Krishna ji. बोलिए कैसे हैं?
Is it better now?
Yes, much better, much better. We can hear you.
Oh, I can't hear. Hello?
Krishna ji, we can
We can hear you, sir.
Something is wrong. I'll put it on a different system.
May somebody can chat setting, sir, we can hear you. Can you put it on the chat?
We can hear you, Krishna ji.
We are connect to here.
Krishna, sir. Okay.
We have to admit now. Akshita, we have to admit everything that is issue. Or is it getting automatically everything? It automatically admit.
Session is later. This session is later. Yeah. 9
I think we both got
Huh? I can hear them.
Yeah, can you hear us? We can hear you, Krishna ji.
हो गया.
Okay. You can hear now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay. So we can hear you also and you can hear us. कैसे हैं कृष्णा जी?
I am good, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Long time.
Yes, been a long time. Yes. Been a long
Sir, we
time.
are waiting for the keynote speaker to join. He's joining in few minutes.
Okay.
Sure, no problem.
Good, sir. 2 minutes, sir. He is joined.
No problem.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to everybody. Namaste.
Namaste. Chaturvedi, sir. You can meet our chairman, Sri Ashok ji, Saraf.
Thank you, Chaturvedi. Thank you for joining.
Morning. Good morning, sir. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
You can meet our special guest, Krishna Kejriwal ji.
Namaste. Namaste, Krishna ji. Namaste.
Namaste ji, namaste.
Namaskar. बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. Today I am visiting online, but in 2018 I have been there
Yes.
and I addressed the gathering of Peace School deans and directors.
Great.
Great.
Sir, with your permission, can we start, sir? Chairman, sir.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
National anthem is going to play.
We'll have to stand.
We'll stand, no problem.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We, on behalf of Durga Devi Saraf Institute of Management Studies, Durga Devi Saraf Global Business School, and Remsen Center of Management Research, wish you all a very good morning. My name is Aditi Dave.
And my name is Brendan Gonsalves. We will be taking you through the event today. It is with great pleasure that we extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, the guest of honor, President RSET, the esteemed members of the trust, our respected directors, invitees from sister institutions, researchers from academia and industry, faculty members and staff, and my fellow colleagues.
Let us begin this event on an auspicious note. May I now request everyone to join us for the national anthem followed by the Saraswati Vandan. Kindly ensure you are on mute and stand in respect.
Did we miss out something? They're still standing.
Yes, sir. Saraswati Vandana is going on. It's okay.
Okay. I don't know. My voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking up over here. You're getting it clearly?
We did not get it clearly. Anyway, let's wait.
Okay.
Now, I would like to introduce Remsen's International Research Conference team. Dr. Sumana Chaudhary, Dr. Sunita Pujar, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kaushik, Professor Pooja Goswami, Professor Manish Gupta, and Ms. Sneha Sawant.
Now, I would like to introduce Ramson's International Research Conference volunteers. Senior volunteers are Ms. Bianca Rodriguez, Ms. Harshita Kulora, Mr. Akash Rathod, and Mr. Rajat Upadhyay. Junior volunteers are Mr. Brandon Gonsalves, Ms. Aditi Dave, Mr. Shuya Shinde, and Mr. Suman Jha.
On behalf of DSIMS, DSGS, and Remsen's Center for Management Research, we welcome you all to the 11th edition of the Remsen's International Research Conference based on the theme Building Atmanirbhar Bharat, Strategies for Sustainable Development. To formally commence the event, I invite our Chief Convener, Dr. Sumana Chaudhary, for the welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Brendan. Namaskar. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Remsen Center for Management Research, I feel privileged to welcome our chief guest, Chairman and Managing Director, Remsen's Industries Limited, Mr. Krishna Kejriwal ji. Keynote speaker, Dr. Haribaksh Chaturvedi ji, Director General, IILM Delhi, President RSET and Chairman DSIMS and DSGS, Mr. Ashok G. Saraf, Director DSIMS, Dr. C. Babu, Director DSGS, Dr. Sarita Vichore, the dignitaries, the authors and participants, my colleagues and professors of DSIMS and DSGS, the admin and staff members, and my beloved students, I welcome you all to the 11th Remsen's International Research Conference 2025. Before we begin, please allow me to briefly introduce to the theme of the conference, Building Atmanirbhar Bharat, Strategies for Sustainable Development. In May 2020, Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi launched the Self-Reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan mission to promote Indian goods in the global supply chains and help the country achieve self-reliance amidst the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical crisis. The journey towards Atmanirbhar Bharat is still unfolding. With clear objectives in sight, the government initiatives are paving the way for a self-reliant India that can stand tall on its own. During the journey of becoming Atmanirbhar, India started dreaming of Vikashit Bharat 2047. The precondition to achieve Vikashit Bharat is to fulfill the requirement of Atmanirbhar Bharat first, in the sense of enabling and empowering the local manufacturing, MSMEs, women and youth, embracing technology, nurturing the innovation ecosystem, and reducing the income inequality gap. The country needs to strategize herself to sustainability, build a self-reliant economy, and maintain the momentum to grow further. The objective of this conference is to bring academicians, research scholars, and practicing professionals to deliberate and present their perspectives on India's progress towards self-reliance in various sectors of the economy, gauge it in terms of sustainability yardstick, and build our confidence to travel through Amrit Kal to achieve the target of Vikasit Bharat. Now, the conference is under the aegis of Remsen Center for Management Research, RCMR. Let me present a brief report of RCMR for the academic year 2024-25. The center has published Volume 7, Issue 1 of the ISSN Index journal, The Management Quest. The volume consists of 6 peer-reviewed research papers. The center has also contributed scholarly research output by our faculty members in ABDC, ABAs, and Scopus Index journals with H index and high impact factor. The center conducts monthly research review meet to foster research culture in the institute. So on the eve of 79th Independence Day, we will welcome to the we find that have a relevant and enriched discussions on the effective Amrit Kal journey of India to attain the target of Vikasit Bharat. So we are happy to inform you that for the present conference, we received good responses from academia and industry. After initial screening based on merit by the blind review, 15 selected research papers by professors and research scholars of various engineering and management institutes and by industry professionals will be presented in today's conference. So I welcome you all once again and expressing my sincere gratitude to Sri Krishna Kejriwal ji, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi ji, and Mr. Ashok ji Saraf and other dignitaries too for taking their time out and gracing this occasion. Thank you. Vande Mataram, Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we are privileged to hear a few words from the esteemed leadership of DSIMS and DSGS. First, may I invite Dr. C. Babu, Director DSIMS, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Braden. The convener of this international conference, my colleague, Dr. Sumana, the donor of this Remsen Research Center, our well-wisher, Sri Krishna Kejriwal ji, the keynote speaker, guest of honor, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, our president of RSET, chairman, Sri Ashok Saraf ji, my fellow colleagues, my dear students, and the researchers and the academicians from the other group of institutions. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you. And I will touch upon one aspect of this conference, the strategies for sustainable development. The conference is designed on the theme, Building Atmanirbhar Bharat, and it has got a few sub-themes. I like to mention the initiatives and the need for imbibing the sustainable development concept among the students, being a major stakeholder of this institute. And they are going to become an important player in the economy of the country and the world. Now, India today is one of the largest economy, touching almost $4 trillion. The students, the Gen Zs, they play a very large role in the economic development. We teach Gen Zs. We will continue to teach Gen Zs for a few more years till the Alpha generation come. We taught these Gen Zs few years earlier. Now, these Gen Zs are going to have a massive economic power. By 2030, they are expected to spend almost $2 trillion for Indian economy alone, direct spending as well as household spending. That is the power of the young generation with whom we are teaching. So what is the responsibility of the institute like us teaching these students? We have a big responsibility. I'm very happy to say DSIMS got autonomous status quite recently. That empowered and enriched us with certain autonomy. Mumbai University has recently revised their syllabus curriculum. We enriched that curriculum, keeping RSCT, Rajasthani Sammelan's values at the core, and the CSR. The sustainable development or strategies for sustainable development is very important for these students because they are the large spenders and they are going to be the large consumers. So keeping the sustainability and sustainability development is very important. So what is that we have done? We have carefully curated the curriculum, and when we curated this curriculum, we have designed courses and we have designed different other workshops. Also, the research papers weaving around the CSR and sustainability development, just to imbibe in their thought that what is sustainability and why this sustainability is very important. So on that small note of our initiative as DSIMS, I like to thank Chaturvedi ji, and I like to thank Krishna Kejriwal ji and Ashok ji for taking your valuable time. Along with my colleagues, I welcome all of you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Sarita Vishore, Director DSGS, to kindly share her thoughts.
Thank you, Brendan. 11th Remsen's International Research Conference, and the topic is very interesting: Building Atmanirbhar Bharat Strategies for Sustainable Development. We've seen in the introductory session that Dr. Sumana said about our Prime Minister giving us the economic advantage in the year 2020 to develop the ecosystem to take care of the economy ahead, since we had seen COVID. So when we look at Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are looking at resilient India, we are looking at India which is going to be globally competitive, and we are looking at India which will be more reliant. So when we talk of reliance and reliant India, we need to work on the quality in terms of the education that we are imparting to the students, in terms of the culture that we have to take care of, which was there with us for hundreds of years, and we have to see that we actually implement it again. NEP 2020, taking charge of it and seeing that we do it in our education system. We are looking at entrepreneurs to be developed. We are looking at a system wherein we all coexist and we grow with different cultures. So when we are looking at empirical research that is going on in this area, three dominant factors, rather the trinity of Atmanirbhar Bharat would be: one is the PLI. We are looking at production linked incentives. So when the PLI was brought into being, the exports increased around 100 times in the last 10 years. So this growth that we are looking at is simply because we are more confident Bharat, and we are a Bharat who knows how to coexist with whatever geopolitical changes that may or may not impact us. The second aspect is the digitized Bharat. We are looking at UPI. We saw largest transactions happening, around 14.4 billion last year. That's huge for us as a nation to show to the world that digital India is going ahead. We are looking at fintech helping us in BFSI. We are looking at financial inclusion, all helping us to grow and be the Atmanirbhar Bharat that we want to be. And last but not the least, our heart is in MSMEs, supporting MSMEs, looking at business, seeing that ease of doing business is supported by us. So all in all, being a business school, we are interested in looking at Atmanirbhar Bharat to see that we produce future leaders and managers who take the responsibility of being the nation that we are, resilient, relevant, and reliable. Thank you very much, and welcome to each one of you. Thank you, Mr. Krishna Kejriwal ji. You've always been a great support to us. Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi ji, our keynote speaker, and my students, researchers, looking forward to learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, respected directors. We now have the honor of inviting our esteemed chief patron, Shri Ashok Saraf ji. Shri Ashok M. Saraf is the managing director of Sarex Group of Companies, one of the leading companies in the field of chemicals, having business interests in India and several other continents. Born in 1956, Shri Ashok Saraf is a commerce graduate and holds a diploma in finance management from Mumbai University and a diploma in business management from IMC Mumbai. An alumnus of Jamnabai Narsi School, one of the leading schools in Mumbai, Shri Ashok Saraf holds keen interest in the field of education. He is the president and trustee of Rajasthani Sammelan Education Trust, a leading name in the field of education. Under his able leadership, Mr. Saraf, along with his committed and passionate team of office bearers and managing committee members, has engineered the growth of RSET from a single school to 14 educational institutions, imparting education to over 16,000 students from KG to PG. Shri Ashok Saraf is also on the advisory committee of Jamnabai Narsi School, one of the leading ICSE schools in Mumbai, a member of the governing council of Dr. Balabhai Nanavati Hospital, which is the second largest private hospitals in Mumbai, and the treasurer of Tarapur Environment Protection Society. Shri Ashok M. Saraf hails from a very illustrious family. His father, Mahavir Prasad ji Saraf, was a leading industrialist well known for his philanthropy and charitable work. Mr. Mahavir Prasad ji Saraf holds the distinction of contribution the largest number of benches in the city of Mumbai and has been featured in the Limca Book of Records. Mr. Mahavir Prasad ji was also nominated by Mumbai Mirrors as one of the Mumbai's heroes for his charity, selfless service, and philanthropy. With such an illustrious background, it is no wonder that you find Shri Ashok Saraf ji on the various charitable trusts such as Marwari Sammelan, Rajasthani Vidyarthi Grah, Ghanshyamdas Saraf Trust, Kiran Devi Saraf Trust, Durga Devi Saraf Trust, Supertex Foundation, Sarex Foundation, and many others. A distinguishing characteristic of Shri Ashok M. Saraf ji is his extraordinary emphasis on perfection and his deep-rooted passion for education. In a short span of time, under his leadership, some of the institutions have won awards for excellence in education and also established international collaborations with universities of repute. It is with great pleasure that we now invite Shri Ashok M. Saraf ji to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, everyone. Chief guest,
morning.
Mr. Krishna Kejriwal, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi ji, Dr. Babu, Dr. Sarita, Dr. Sumanna Chaudhary, staff members of our institutions, all the guests who have joined this conference on building Atmanirbhar Bharat, strategies for sustainable development. The Remsen's Management Research has been established with the magnanimous donation of the Remsen Group and their late chairman, Shri Vishwa Prakash Ji Harlalka, who had a vision to establish a management research center. We thank Krishna Kejriwal Ji for his continued support towards the Remsen's Management Research Center. Atmanirbhar Bharat represents a vision for a self-reliant India, emphasizing the importance of economic independence and sustainable development. Education plays a critical role in achieving this vision as it empowers individuals and communities to thrive. By fostering collaboration among researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders, we can generate innovative solutions that address pressing global challenges. The insight and strategies shared during this conference will not only enhance our understanding of sustainable practices, but also guide informed decision-making that promotes self-reliance and resilience. Ultimately, this conference serves as a catalyst for transforming changes, paving the way for a sustainable future for all of us. The Remsen Center for Management Research is a part of DSIMS, and DSIMS is a part of Rajasthani Sammelan Educational Trust. Rajasthani Sammelan Educational Trust has been in the forefront of educational activities for the last more than 70 years. We educate 16,000 children and employ 800 staff members. We at Rajasthani Sammelan Educational Trust run 4 schools, 4 degree colleges, a management school, a media college, 2 hostels, and academy. We are now in the process of establishing a Skill Tech University at the Malad campus. I once again welcome you all and thank Krishna Ji and Dr. Harivansh Ji for joining us today. Thank you.
For an inspiring word.
Allow me to introduce our distinguished chief guest, Shri Krishna Kejriwal. Shri Kejriwal is the chairman and chief managing director of Remsen Industries Limited. His leadership extends across various prestigious roles, including serving as the president of ACMA and regional chairman for the Western region of ACMA. He has also led the Bombay Industries Association as president and has been actively involved with the Rotary Club of Bombay West, where he served as president among many other notable contributions. We are honored to have Shri Krishna Kejriwal with us today, and it is with great pleasure that we now invite him to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you. I hope I am audible now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good morning to every one of you. It's a pleasure to be here. Mr. Ashok Saraf, President Rajasthan Sammelan Education Trust and Chairman Durga Devi Saraf Institute of Management Studies and Durga Devi Saraf Global Business School. Our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, Director General IILM Delhi, Dr. C. Babu, Director, Durga Devi Saraf Institute of Management Studies, Dr. Sarita Bichore, Director, Durga Devi Saraf Global Business School, and Dr. Sumana Chaudhary, Professor in Charge, Research and Chief Convener. The very distinguished panel of researchers and practitioners, and all other attendees of this 11th Remsen International Research Conference. I am, as usual, deeply privileged and honored to be present here this morning to deliver the inaugural address. The theme of this year's online conference is Building Atmanirbhar Bharat, Strategies for Sustainable Development. Honestly, this is a subject on which reams could be written or spoken about, especially in the context of our country, Bharat. So, as mentioned earlier, on the 12th of May 2020, during the coronavirus pandemic, which had resulted in an enforced lockdown, a slowdown in the growth of the domestic economy, and the severe economic impact of the pandemic, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi first gave a call to the nation of Atmanirbhar, an adapted idea of self-reliance. However, limiting the meaning of the word Atmanirbhar to just self-sufficiency or self-reliance would be an injustice to the vision propounded by our Prime Minister. To get a comprehensive understanding of Atmanirbhar, the thinking and the process and programs associated with it, one needs to appreciate the idea not just from the current context. It is also important to look at the country from a historical and civilizational lens. I am not going to delve into this. Suffice it to say that the vision propounded by our Prime Minister is basically the vision of a confident nation whose people should try truly comprehend the true meaning of citizenship. And this is where the role of our educational institutions come in, where they play a very important role in imparting this to our future generations. Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India, is not about isolationism. It is not about cutting off from the world. Instead, it is about strengthening our foundations, amplifying our capabilities, and becoming a contributor to the global order rather than just a pure consumer. It is a call to innovate, to manufacture, to dream, and to deliver, not just for ourselves, but for humanity at large. But for this vision to be truly transformative and lasting, it must walk hand in hand with sustainable development. Economic growth that does not plunder our resources, that includes the marginalized, and that prepares us for a better tomorrow. The question we must ask is not can we do it, but how will we do it? I'll list a few strategies which I have noted down. Strategy 1, green industrialization, the new engine of growth. Industrialization powered the growth of many economies in the 20th century. But we are in the 21st century facing an entirely different set of challenges: climate change, energy crisis, and ecological degradation. India has a unique opportunity to leapfrog to green industrialization, to build industries that run not on coal and diesel, but on the power of the sun, wind, hydrogen, and innovation. As mentioned earlier, the PLI, the production linked incentive schemes, are already showing results in areas like solar PV manufacturing and advanced battery storage. These incentives must now be coupled with stringent environmental safeguards and resource efficiency benchmarks. The circular economy must move from buzzword to blueprint. Industry should be encouraged, or maybe even mandated, to reduce, reuse, recycle, and redesign. A green industry is not just an environmental goal, it is a competitive advantage. In looking at our geopolitical situation today, it is a must, with the European Union mandating green energy products. Second strategy is empowering the MSMEs. Again, this has been talked about, the backbone of Atmanirbharta. More than 11 crore people are employed by India's micro, small, and medium enterprises. MSMEs are the heart of our economy, but many of them are struggling, not due to lack of talent or ideas, but due to lack of access to credit, to technology, to markets. To make India truly Atmanirbhar, we need to create an ecosystem where our smallest businesses can dream the biggest. Digital empowerment. We must bridge the digital divide. Rural MSMEs must be onboarded onto digital platforms, e-marketplaces, and fintech solutions. A weaver, for instance, in Varanasi, should be able to sell a sari to a buyer in Berlin directly. Sustainable production practices. MSMEs must be supported to adopt cleaner technologies. This could be through green credit, tech incubation hubs, or collaborations with research institutions. We cannot build a resilient India on the back of fragile businesses. On the agriculture, making farmers future ready. Must talk about a sector that not only feeds us, but also sustains close to 50% of our population, which is agriculture. For too long, Indian agriculture has been synonymous with hard labor and low returns. To make India Atmanirbhar, our Annadatas must become agripreneurs, and that they must do so sustainably. Agri-tech integration, use of AI, drones, and precision farming can revolutionize yields while reducing water and fertilizer usage. Diversification and value addition. Farmers should be supported in shifting towards horticulture, organic farming, and fruit processing. A kilo of tomatoes earns a small amount, but a bottle of tomato sauce, that's a different ballgame. That's adding value. Climate resilient agriculture with erratic monsoons and rising temperatures, we must promote drought resistant crops, natural farming, and micro irrigation. A self reliant India will have to necessarily begin in its fields. Skill India to Green India. Let's imagine this scenario. We build solar factories, we modernize agriculture, and our SMEs are ready to scale. But who will run these engines of growth? Skilling is not just an employment issue, it is a sustainable strategy. We need to upskill our youth not just in coding and digital marketing, but in green construction, renewable energy maintenance, battery cycling, and sustainable design. Skill training must be localized, language inclusive, and industry integrated. India's demographic dividend will become a demographic liability if we do not align our skills with the needs of a sustainable economy. Urban transformation. We have to build sustainable cities. Over 40% of India's population will live in cities by 2030. If we don't act now, our cities could collapse under the weight of their own growth. We need a new urban vision, which is smart, green, and inclusive. We have to promote public transport and non-motorized mobility. We have to incentivize green buildings, solar rooftops, and waste-to-energy plants. We have to use data and AI to make cities more efficient, from traffic management to water usage. Urban India is where aspiration meets infrastructure. We must ensure the handshake is sustainable. Sixth strategy, energy independence, the power of the sun. Energy is the lifeblood of development, but currently we import over 80% of our oil needs. Atmanirbharta in energy, it is not optional. It is essential. It is urgent. India must double down on solar, wind, bioenergy, and green hydrogen. The National Green Hydrogen Mission is a huge step, but we must move from mission to movement. Promote rooftop solar at the household level. Let every citizen become an energy producer, not just a consumer. Invest in battery storage, smart grids, and clean cooking solutions. Energy security is tantamount to national security. Inclusive development, no one to be left behind. Sustainability is not just about trees and carbon footprints. It is about people. If any group, whether tribal communities, women, the differently abled, or the poor, is left behind, then we as a nation have failed. Empower women entrepreneurs through career training and safety. Ensure that tribal communities are partners in forest conservation and not victims of displacement. Digital inclusion must be built into every scheme. In the age of UPI and Aadhaar, no one should be left unbanked or unheard. Atmanirbhar Bharat is not about building a few skyscrapers. It is about raising a billion dreams. Eighth strategy is the governance for the future. None of this will be possible without smart, responsive, and ethical governance, both in industry and in politics. Leverage data analytics, blockchain, and AI to make policies more responsive and targeted. Promote citizen engagement through open data, feedback systems, and participatory budgeting. Ensure that environmental clearances and business reforms are fast but not reckless. Furthermore, the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat emphasizes reducing dependence on external systems while bolstering internal capacities across crucial sectors. In this context, research and development and defense play pivotal roles in driving sustainable development, ensuring national security and nurturing innovation ecosystems that support long-term economic resilience. R&D is the engine of self-reliance and sustainability. It forms the foundation for technical self-sufficiency. To build an Atmanirbhar Bharat, we must significantly increase investment in scientific research, both from private and public sectors. Encouraging collaborative innovation between academia, industry, and the government can accelerate the development of indigenous technologies in areas such as manufacturing, defense, clean energy. But there has to be a structured program where this has to be carried out between the academia, the industry, and the government. The structured program is very essential to take this forward. Moreover, fostering a culture of innovation through initiatives like the Atal Innovation Mission, Startup India, and the National Research Foundation is crucial. Policies that provide intellectual property protection, funding for deep tech ventures, and incubation support can stimulate grassroots innovation and attract talent to research careers. Importantly, sustainable technologies such as renewable energy solutions, climate resilient agriculture, and circular economy practices should be prioritized within R&D agendas to align with long-term ecological goals. How can we leave out defense? Enhancing the strategic autonomy and innovation. With hostile neighbors on both our eastern and western borders, in the realm of defense, self-reliance is not only a strategic imperative, but also a driver of sustainable industrial growth. India's efforts to indigenize its defense production through initiatives like Make in India in Defense, defense corridors in Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, and increased FDI limits are creating opportunities for domestic manufacturing, job creation, as well as technology transfer. Defense R&D led by institutions like DRDO must increasingly engage with private enterprises and startups to create dual-use technologies that serve both civilian and military purposes. Additionally, areas such as unmanned systems, AI in defense, cyber security, and space-based surveillance aligns national security with the innovation economy. Truly, Atmanirbhar Bharat requires that R&D and defense be seen not as isolated silos, but as interconnected engines of sustainable development. By strengthening indigenous capabilities in these domains, India can not only secure its sovereignty, but also lead the global shift towards a more sustainable, resilient, and innovation-driven future. The path forward lies in nurturing a dynamic R&D ecosystem and a robust defense industrial base that together support both national growth and environmental stewardship. We are not talking just about GDP numbers, emission targets, or manufacturing outputs. We are talking about a new idea of India, an India that creates without polluting, that grows without excluding, and that leads without dominating. Atmanirbhar Bharat is not a destination, it is a journey, and it must be powered by innovation, fueled by inclusivity, and guided by sustainability. We ought to remember we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our children. The India we build today must be one that future generations thank us for, not just for its prosperity, but for its wisdom, its courage, and its compassion. All policymakers, entrepreneurs, students, farmers, and citizens need to join hands in this very great mission. Let us not just build an Atmanirbhar Bharat, but a Satat Bharat, a sustainable India. Thank you all very much for allowing me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. And I do wish this conference all the success it definitely will achieve. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Shri Krishna Kejriwal sir for these wonderful strategies for our Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now it's an honor to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi. Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi is a distinguished management educator for the country who is currently Director General of IILM, New Delhi. From the year 1999 to 2024, he has been the Director of BIM Tech, Greater Noida, a leading private sector business school established by BK Birla family. He is also Exclusive President of Educational Promotional Society of India, EPSI. He has more than 47 years of experience in teaching, research and academics administration. He has been Director of All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE, a saturated body under the Government of India. Being a renowned management educationist, he has been deeply involved with national bodies like AIMA, AIMS, UNGCNI, and the Indian Management Conclave IMC, annually organized by the MBAuniverse.com. Dr. Chaturvedi is on the board of governance of several great universities and higher education institutions in India.
We now would like to call upon Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you.
Morning.
My gratitude to Sri Ashok Saraf ji and the director of the institute, Dr. C. Babu, for giving me this opportunity to reconnect with your institute, its students, faculty, and staff. I am greatly inspired by a thoughtful speech delivered by Sri Krishna Kejriwal ji. And I would like to take the 15 minutes time to make my presentation. And I hope that I will be able to convey my thoughts and my own experience with all of you. So over to IT team to put my presentation on the screen.
It's there, sir. It's there on the screen.
It's not there.
Oh, share. Yeah.
Share it, Dr. Babu. It's not there.
We can, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
stop sharing and he has to share.
No, IT team, our team, it is here. It is. Yeah, we have it. Yeah, we have it. Sir, can you see now?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I am not able to see it. And just let me check.
Yeah, please, sir.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
there.
here.
It's there on the screen.
So I would like to say that 2047 may be 22 years away from today. And it may look that how shall we be able to achieve the national resolve of our country, and which has been put up by the Prime Minister Mr. Modi, that India should become a developed country and a self-reliant economy by 2047. Next. I would like to just tell you that India has started seeing itself as a independent country since 1857, and the first war was fought, which has not been successful. Then in 1889, Indian National Congress was founded, and they were meeting every year. But only in 1929, Indian leaders could think about asking the full freedom from Britain. And we could make a resolution. Indian National Congress passed a resolution on December 19, 1929 during the Lahore Congress. And a very big public meeting was organized on the river bank of Ravi at Lahore. And Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru has announced that on January 26, 1929, whole country will celebrate our demand for independence. And it could be materialized only 18 years after all these declarations, celebrations, and India became independent on 15th August 1947. So it has taken 18 years. So in 18 years, we could change the destiny of our country. And here you can see that Mahatma Gandhi has said that whatever we think today, whatever we do today, the future depends upon that. The future depends on what you do today. So whatever we think and whatever we do, it will decide whether we shall be able to reach our new resolve, new goal of the country, that is making India a developed nation by 2047. And this may be possible only by focusing on three areas. And the chief guest has already spoken about the three areas. These are sustainability, development, means economic development and social development, and self-reliance. Next. So this period from 1925 to 2025 to 2047, this period, and it is being called the Amrit Kal, the period of nectar, the country which can become a developed economy, a self-reliant economy, a powerful nation in the community of the world. This called the Amrit Kal. And this is inflection point in the history of India. As I told you that only 100 years back, we have started this journey for an independent country, and we could get it on 1947. So there are three major factors which are pushing us towards this target. One is India is well poised to get the dividend from the demography. 65% of our population is under 35 years, which is a tremendous resource compared to other developed nations which have aging population, and a country cannot grow without large number of young people. So this is one factor which is pushing us, giving a window of immense opportunity. Second is India has become our fourth largest economy, having the annual turnover or gross domestic product GDP of $4 trillion. And now this vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047 clearly outlines our aspirations for next 22 years. Next. So how to decode this three big things: sustainability, development, self-reliance? Are they disconnected, standalone, or they are connected with each other? I think we have to think about this tride which is integrated with each other. And most important is that we have to think about sustainable development, because this is the most important thinking of the globe. All the nations which have resolved, more than 200 countries resolved in 2015, achieving sustainable development by 2030. There are 17 sustainable development goals, you may be knowing, and there are 169 targets which are to be achieved. So far, the journey has been partially successful. Many of the targets, goals have not been achieved 100%, but still the whole world is believing that the sustainable development, which has been defined by the United Nations way back in 2015, is the right way, right path. India is also marching on that path. So we have to think about India as a developed country, but we have to go beyond counting only in the terms of gross domestic product, GDP. We have to think about what is the high per capita income, whether we have the high per capita income. Our per capita income is very low compared to many countries, developed countries. We have to think about, we should have high Human Development Index. Human Development Index tell us about the high level of education, health, gender equality, and many other factors related to human development, the concept given by eminent economist Dr. Amartya Sen. And we have to provide world-class infrastructure accessible to all citizens. We have great institutions in higher education. We have great research organizations also. But in education and health, we are all citizens of our country. They are not being able to get access of quality education and quality health. Then self-reliant nation, Atmanirbhar Bharat, in the current context of tariff war being fought by US with all the countries in the world, we have to think that the future of India will require that we have to be self-reliant in most of the critical production of goods, services, and other strategic things. Unless we become self-reliant, although the slogan of self-reliant came about 50, 60 years back, and the country has followed it. Had it not followed it, India would have not become a big economic power. Our founding fathers of our modern nation, they have given the concept of self-reliance, they have given the model of planned development, and we could develop big industries, we could develop a strong public sector, we could develop top level of educational institutions, and we could develop a scientific infrastructure. We have more than 50 national research laboratories. Next. So we can have a snapshot that what is the current major strength of our country, except one factor, that is Human Development Index. You can see that the future of a sustainable world will depend upon the use of renewable energy. Chief guest has spoken about it. And the world will have to leave the fossil fuel, although it will not be available for many more decades, and it is also polluting a lot. So the correct path for future development will be more dependence on the renewable energy, which is obtained from solar, wind, or other renewable sources. So far, we have 190 gigawatt installed capacity, which is fourth in the world and fourth largest in the world. Our digital economy has also become very strong. 46% of the digital payments are being made in our country, and GDP growth of our country for the current in the current context, 6.5% to 7%, is also considered a very robust rate of growth in spite of so many challenges in the world. But only worrisome factor is that is the Human Development Index. We are rated 134 out of 190 countries. It was in 2022, and it requires a lot of improvement. So here we can say that these data showcases that we have capability and we are becoming stronger year by year, but we must strategically accelerate our efforts to work on the weak areas to improve the efficiency of our industries and services. Next. So there are 5 pillars to make India developed and self-reliant. And these are, number 1 is green economy. We have to shift from the take, make, and dispose, mostly the havoc being created by plastic, and we have to shift towards circular economy. We have to shift from fossil fuel to renewable and green energy. Number 3, human capital. We have to reskill, upskill our large population to prepare for the future human requirement. And 4th is we have to create the sustainable infrastructure. We need roads, we need a transport system, we need a sustainable agriculture, we need water resources, we need fertile land, we need clean air. These are the sustainable infrastructure required, and these are one of the most important pillars. And lastly, all this will not be possible unless our policies and governance are progressive, robust, and transparent. Next. So green economy, we have to think about promoting waste to wealth models. It is also known as recycling, and this is required because excessive use of single-use plastic creating havoc, as I told you, and it is choking our sewer system. It is increasing the pollution. So we need to have more and more green strategies, and we have to think about sustainable agriculture, and we have to promote robust circular economy. The circular economy in our country has a potential of $218 billion US, and it will be achieved. It may be achieved if we follow it by 2030. And the greatest, as has been said by Robert Swan, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. We have to save it. The planet cannot be saved by some unknown powers, divine powers. We have to save it. Second is energy transition. This is very important, and it is being worked upon by all developed nations in Europe, in America, or in Southeast Asia, that every country is trying to shift from fossil fuel capacity to the green energy capacity. And National Green Hydrogen Mission is one of the champions of this move. And we have to reduce the annual energy import. Mostly we are importing, and so we need to reduce by $100+ billion US to become Atmanirbhar or self-reliant in our energy sufficiency. And you must have seen the messages or the Twitters or the statements of President of US that he's talking about the energy, that why don't you purchase from US? Why are you purchasing from Russia? And also predicting that India will have to buy oil from Pakistan. So these are some of the very strong signals that the future battle for sufficiency and development will require that a country should be self-sufficient about the use of energy. Next. Human capital, as I told you, that talent is a very big game changer, making a country as a developed nation or self-reliant nation. You are part of that sector, higher education institution and schools being run by Rajasthani Sammelan, and more than 14,000 students are studying, and they are also planning a skill university. That is part of improving the human capital. And you know that the way the technology is disrupting the global business, we have to think about getting new skills, learning new skills. We have to upskill our workers, and we have to think about making fast changes in our education, particularly higher education. So here, Skill India Mission is there, which is trying to provide more and more green skills, and these are categorized under solar technologies, circular economy, then ESG analysis. We expect from MBA students they should think about these subjects. It may be in your curriculum, but you have to learn the skills how to use circular economy for a sustainable development and ESG concept for making the world a sustainable society. We need to remove the gender imbalances. We are required to bring more and more women in our employment, because of the COVID, many of the women workers, they left jobs and they went to their villages. We need to bring them in every field of life, and if the participation of women become 50%, then India can grow very fastly and become surely a developed nation. Then sustainable infrastructure. Prime Minister has announced the scheme of the PM Gati Shakti, which integrate multimodals. Multimodal transport means that how to use different kinds of transport like rail, air, road transport, water transport, and by using the low carbon infrastructure. If we use too much fossil fuel for every mode of transport, then it will create, simultaneously, it will pollute and it will create a big problem. So while developing the infrastructure for mobility and for anything, we have to use the green energy, and we have to reduce our dependence on the fossil fuel. We have to reduce logistics cost, because unless we have good roads and we reduce the logistics cost, industry will not grow. And we have to think about the competitiveness, improving the competitiveness and the quality of life in our country. Then over to the next slide, we have another pillar, which is the role of policy and governance. So here I would like to say that the governance is one of the most important factors. Our delivery of services is of very poor quality. Our government services are not very efficient. The frontline services, for which every citizen has to go to municipality or to hospitals or to the school, the quality of services are very poor. And because of the lack of very efficient governance model, we have to digitalize our services. We have to train government employees and private sector employees, and we have to improve the governance. And ease of doing business, it is also being done by the union government. It is also being initiated by several state governments. But still, to start a new business or to set up a green startup, there are a lot of cumbersome procedures. So we need to improve the ease of doing business. We have to extend the PLI scheme to more sectors of the green economy, and to facilitate the e-vehicles, we have to develop high-quality batteries and improve their storage capacity. Only then the e-vehicle can be viable proposition to the people. Already there has been good progress, but we need more progress in improving the battery storage and improving the efficiency of e-vehicles. So we have to provide the ESG framework, and it is to be followed by all private sector, public sector industries. Next. So B schools, what they can contribute? I think they have to think about that the current model may not be 100% correct for nurturing leaders for 2047. Those who are studying today in MBA or BBA, they will become business leaders, corporate leaders within next 20, 25 years. So for them, we have to embed three things. Most important three things are embedding sustainability, means SDG goals. We have to embed circular economy, and we have to embed ESG into the core curriculum of MBA and BB program. And not only we have to teach them their concept, we have to tell them and we have to give them skills related to implementation of sustainability, circular economy, and ESG. We have to create not only the job seekers, but we have to give them this perspective that students should think about the future, which will require more and more entrepreneurs, which will require more and more startups, which will require more and more sustained entrepreneurs. So I think the future belongs to those who will go for entrepreneurship and innovation. Those who will seek only jobs, they may survive, but the growth will be very poor. So here we need thought leadership in management education. We need to drive research and dialogue on India-centric sustainable models. Sustainability also, whatever developed nations are doing, it is not necessary that we can provide those kind of sustainable models like green buildings. Green buildings, we cannot provide green buildings for the whole country, but certainly we should think about using the indigenous materials of construction. I remember that we have left. We think that mud houses are not good, but one of the big architects, Louis Baker, has started this mud house movement in our country. In Kerala, many offices and many houses were constructed by him. So we can use the bamboos. Bamboo is a big agriculture and forestry resource. In the whole northeast, you will find this is the source of major livelihood. We can use bamboo for creating sustainable houses, low-cost houses. So I would like to say that B schools has to work very fastly. They have to collaborate with each other, and they have to make certain big changes in the curriculum, pedagogy, and faculty members. They are also expected to do more and more research into all these areas like sustainability, circular economy, and ESG. Next. So here we can say that sustainable development, it may require a lot of investments, lot of funds, but we should not think that it is costly. It is deciding our destiny for next 50, 100 years. Our future generations will survive whatever we do today for investing more and more in sustainability. So this investment in sustainable development will be a strategic investment, saving the future of the future generations. And we have to work very hard to achieve both development, economic development, and self-reliance. These are not exclusive, these are inclusive, interrelated, integrated. If we are not self-reliant nation, we cannot become a developed nation. And if we do not increase the growth rate, for becoming a developed nation, we need to improve the current growth rate of 6.57% to at least 10%. Only by ensuring continuous 10% annual growth rate, we can become a developed nation. And we have to de-risk our growth. We have to build resilience in our economy, and we have to create an equitable society. These are all required to make India a nation having a developed economy, a self-reliant economy, and also a sustainable society. So these were my thoughts, which are before you, and I'm very happy that I could connect with all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, to share the insightful wisdom with the help of an incredible PPT. To conclude the inaugural session, I now invite Dr. Sunita Pujar, our co-convener, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Brandon. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a great privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks on this special occasion. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our eminent guest speakers who have graced this conference with their presence and shared their invaluable insights on the theme Building Atmanirbhar Bharat, Strategies for Sustainable Development. Thank you, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi sir and Sri Krishna Kejriwal sir for your inspiring words and thought-provoking perspectives. Your presence has truly elevated the value of this event. I am deeply thankful to Sri Ashok Saraf sir, Chairman of DSIMS and DSGS and President ASET for your esteemed presence and your kind motivating words. Your continued support is constant source of encouragement to all of us. Thank you, Dr. The sincere note and appreciation goes to um, Dr. C. Babu, Director DSIMS, and Dr. Sarita Vichore, Director DSGS, for their unwavering support and visionary leadership. Your guidance has been instrumental in the successful planning and execution of this conference. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. A special thanks to Dr. Sumana Chaudhary, Head of Research and Chief Convener of this international conference. Dr. Sumana, your experience, foresight, and tireless efforts have been the backbone of this initiative. We are truly grateful for your leadership. Thank you. I would also like to acknowledge the relentless efforts of the research team, Ms. Pooja Goswami, Mr. Manish Gupta, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kaushik, Ms. Neha Sawant, and I also would like to take my name here as I am also a part of this team. Our teamwork, dedication, and shared commitment have made this event a reality. Thank you all. We also know events like this scale requires meticulous planning and coordination. I extend my sincere thanks to our faculty members, administrative staff, library team, and support staff for their wholehearted support and behind the scenes efforts in making this conference a success. Thanks to all the authors, participants, and presenters for submitting your research papers, actively participating in the conference. Your contributions are truly the backbone of this event, and without your involvement, this conference would have not been possible. Thank you all once again for your enthusiasm, time, and dedication. Last but certainly not the least, a big thank you to our student volunteers who were ever enthusiastic and ready to take on any challenge with a smile. Your contribution has not gone unnoticed. So to everyone who has been part of this journey, thank you once again for your time and effort and energy. Wishing you all continued success and growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We shall now begin with the paper presentation, track 1.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Can
Thank
we
you.
go, Dr. Babu?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You can just put the audio.
And
we'll be having a refreshment break and we'll come back at 11:55. Thank you. Hello and welcome everyone.
Before we begin, it's my honor to introduce our esteemed session chair, Dr. Krupa Rai. Dr. Krupa A. Rai is an associate professor of marketing and international business at KG Somaiya Institute of Management, Somaiya Vidyavihar University, Mumbai. A passionate academician and seasonal researcher, she holds a PhD in consumer behavior from VTU Karnataka and a UGC NEET qualified professional. She is an alumna of Global School in Empirical Research Method from University of St. Gallen, Switzerland. With over 14 years of academic experience, Dr. Rai has taught in MBA programs across various state universities and held a key administrative role. Her research expertise span both qualitative and quantitative methods, including structural equation modeling, first set qualitative comparative analysis, and others. She presented 30 plus papers at reputed global forums such as Marketing in Science in USA, GMC in Hong Kong and Japan, and Corporate Communication Conference in UK. Her work is published in top ABDC listed journals like the Journal of Business Research, Journal of Strategic Marketing, and Journal of International Consumer Marketing. She also serves on editorial boards of EMAC and Business Perspective and Research. As an approved PhD guide, her research focuses on themes like consumption paradox and consumer well-being. Outside academia, she enjoys academic writing and runs a microblogging site. We welcome you, ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Krupa.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
We welcome you on behalf of the Remsen Center and DSIMS and DSGS. We welcome you. Really, we are very grateful to have your presence. I'm quite sure that your research expertise will guide our participants, authors, and our students in a great way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm humbled to be here. I really hope to have some interesting and engaging conversation. I'm not sure my recommendation per se, because research is a journey. All of us are learning together. So more than observing from commenting or leaving the remarks to the participant, I'm here to learn from them as well. So thank you for this learning opportunity, collective learning opportunity. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With that, let us begin with the paper presentation track 1. We look forward to the insightful that will unfold today. We wish the authors and the presenters all the very best. Now let me share the guidelines for the paper presentation track 1. Each presenter will have 7 minutes to deliver their presentation, followed by a Q&A session. The buzzer will ring at the 5-minute mark as a reminder, and a final buzzer will ring at the end of 7 minutes to indicate the conclusion of the presentation time. We request all the participants to keep your microphones on mute unless speaking and keep their cameras on while presenting. I will now begin calling out the presenters in order. Our first presenters are Mr. Sukesh Raj Zalare and Dr. Ashish Hatangadi, and their title is Digital Collection Challenges in Mumbai's Microfinance Sector. Also, our next presenter is Ms. Yogita, followed by Mr. Alok Hardikar and Dr. Sunil Karve, and request them to be ready. Are you ready, Mr. Sukesh Raj and Ashish, Dr. Ashish?
Hello. Hi, good morning, all of you. My name is Sukesh Raj from ADM Institute of Management Studies. A digital collection in challenge in Mumbai microfinance. Analyze the fintech adaptation through the technology expressions on the internet trust. You are audible, all of you?
Yes, sir. So before starting, do let us know so we can start the timer from our end.
Okay.
We should start.
Can I start?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and the timer starts now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Give me opportunity for the publish my papers. My paper, digital collection in challenges in Mumbai microfinance sectors. Analyze the fintech's adaptation through the technology adaptation in institutions trust. My co-author is Dr. Ashish Sir, assistant professor in ADM. The research overview, the research statement of the research problems in discipline and adaptations for the service and adoption digital collection system within Mumbai microfinance sector remaining events. The key research and what is the behavioral factors in installation and technical platform, how to trust security concerns and restoring quality and adaptations. With the role of the financial units and the confidence to play, how does the regulation support to maintain and inclusions. Theoretical frameworks can focus on the 7 points ingredients: interest in digital system in provided transactions and service in quality, providers and regulations and supports, digital financial confidence, fintech use, and institutional financial behavior. We are collected the sampling for the 618 valid response and 3 months data, and presentation analyzes the meta research methodology and sampling for the.
Sorry to interrupt, but it would be great if you put your presentation in the presentation mode.
Okay, 1 minute. Now we are visible.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Simple marketing with the mails, and we are the collected from the data or the 70 million peoples, and 49% in the females, and collectivity the graduate is 65 million, and they are using their 5 or more than 5 year plus and fintech experience, age profit, and you are collecting the using for the equal to. Theoretical frameworks, all the trust digital consent in 7 curricular. I collected from the valid response in 603 months data. The error for the this data is the for 2000. You are audible? Your voice is not clear. Hypothesis developments and the mensurate model and assessment in confidence and valid in validation for my data and confidence validation for communication methods of the humans in presentation. The compact and alpha is very good, and this is fitful are the model assessments. The structural model in request to data collections and service quality and service and digital fintech use the strongly influence on digital conferences. The all responsibly and meddling science, and their model expressions of power fintechs are used for 53% on digital financial confidence in the 51%, and financial inclusions are the strongly exploiting the powers and providing the resolution all the contributions on areas and provided the validators. The basically kiosk the finding or the solution model is the fit in beta, and some modeling affected and 3.50 is the better in the all things, and 0.53 is the mitigations, and financial inclusion is 60.97. Model highlighted to found in criticals and the medal in transmission across the manufacturing management. Theoretical constructs and digital financial literacy models and intelligent frameworks remaining for financial inclusion, regularities of the liability advertising technology adaptation model of the variables in population, provide the frequent support and modulation mechanisms in fintechs on the inclusion of literature. A particular winner for the provided or immediately actions and strongs, and for the MFI institution regulator framework, mass awareness in place, and partnership of strategies. In study limitation for the methodology as non-proportional links and study limitation compression in further direction methods, inclinations or the ratios or policy impact or regulations, and compared to the study and longer the integration of outcomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, presenters. Over to you, Dr. Rupa ma'am, for the Q&A session.
Okay. Thank you so much, very well presented, very well structured. I have gone through the full paper of yours. I have a couple of curiosity. It is more curious. I'm curious to know why have you structured that. Could you please take me through your first slide?
You are visible, ma'am?
Yes, your slides are visible. Now here, this when you speak about the paradox, so when I was listening, or for us as an audience who is not familiar to your storyline, my curiosity is, how do you define paradox in the context of Mumbai? Am I audible? Is my question?
Yes, yes, you are audible, Kripa. You are
Yeah.
audible.
You are audible, Dr.
Sukesh Raj.
Sukesh Raj?
Hello, hello.
Hello. Yes.
Ma'am, can you repeat it?
So I'm curious to know, when you are speaking about microfinance in the context of Mumbai, and you have stated it, the paradox. I have read your full paper. Now, as an audience, I'm curious to know how you are defining paradox in Mumbai context. What is your
Because of,
definition?
yeah, I'm totally fully focused on the microfinance sector in because of we are the provided loan for the poor peoples as a like know about the bank policy and process. They not awareness for the technology, and they are not awareness for the transaction banking. They are the fully focused on the traditional banking. That's why they are not able to transaction, and as like this not proper in the uses for the technology. That's they are not adaptation for the technical instruments. That's why they are the presenting for the as like they are affected for the CBIL, as well as they are not awareness for the marketing strategy, and they are not getting the fully funding of the banking as like improvement of the business developments.
Okay. So my recommendation, if you are in a frame of mind to edit your paper, or you want to position your paper for the publication, maybe a contextual or an operational definition of paradox, opening your introduction, because your introduction speaks more in terms of awareness in the digital finance, yet of not. So paradox is a coexistence of two opposing logic. I'm
Okay.
repeating the meaning of paradox. Whenever we use a term paradox, we are arguing on two opposing logic which are coexisting. And that coexistence of opposing logic is not very clear in your write-up. So that my suggestion would be, if you can re-look at your opening, because introduction is a very, very important and a tricky part in the research paper. Probably it will help position your paper well. That is one. Second,
Okay, ma'am.
the framing of research problem.
Yeah.
Beginning the research problem with a word like despite rapid is already a conclusive statement which requires an extensive support, and that extensive support of rapid digitization of financial services is also somewhere missing in your full paper. So when you say despite, which means you have concluded one argument of yours in your head. It's a conclusive statement.
Yeah.
It's not an open statement. So maybe phrasing it in a very neutral stance, then you're beginning your entire research investigation and leading to the conclusion will make more sense, and also will improve its readability. These are my first two observations, and please match the research question to the research problem.
Okay.
These are three distinct positioning. One side, you are speaking about paradox, not showing the coexistence of opposing logic. Second, the research problem, which is again independently defined, because your somewhere you have an affiliation. I could see there's a lot of love and passion for microfinance, but that passion is not converting into a strategy. So you bring that paradox, speak about the two opposing coexisting opposing logic. Then from there, take a help to articulate your research problem. And from that research problem, you further go down to the research question. So this logic is somewhere getting little haywire. Other than that, a very well-structured analysis. Thank you for doing it. Here I have a couple of very statistical recommendations to you. When you use 3 theories, where they have it is already a predetermined construct. Now, if you can take to the slide where you have shown certain construct, there was one slide where you had shown the construct of your studies. Can you please take me to that slide? That's all I'm suggestion that I have.
1 minute. This one, ma'am?
Yeah, this. Now, yeah, 7 key construct. I'm assuming that you have derived these constructs from the theoretical framework. Is my understanding right about your construct identification?
Sure.
Yeah. So when we pre-decide construct, smart PLS is not advisable.
Okay.
Smart PLS, because that partial least square as a mathematical underlining is generally used when we are trying to explore the construct and we are not sure with the theory. So there are 3 theories of the modeling we have used. Now, if you're not sure and you want to identify those constructs, then smart PLS, partial least square, as in the exploratory zone is advisable. You can refer to Paul and Ganesh. I mean, Justin Paul has written a nice article emphasizing PLS, CBSCM and PLS-SCM. That can be a reference document for you to have more clarity here. So maybe if you're trying to position your article in a very quality journal, this may not go well in terms of the requirements. That's one.
Okay.
So when we pre-decide the construct, covariance-based structural equation modeling is advisable. So this is just a suggestion. Otherwise, well-structured paper. These are some, in terms of major, minor, this will be a major revision for you probably. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to call. Thank you so much, Mr. Sukesh and Krupa ma'am. Now I would like to call Ms. Yogita on the title of Green Investment and PPP in Infrastructure, Assessing India's Progress toward the SDGs. And I would also like Mr. Alok Hardikar and Sunil Karve to be ready.
Ma'am, can you take my first as a requested, madam?
And I would also like to request Sukesh. Yeah, it is. It's unmuted.
Okay, so there was some announcement you made. Can you take both? Alok Hardikar said still.
Right now, it's not.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, so can you please present my presentation? I have requested.
Green investments.
Yes,
You can
green investment and PPPs in infrastructure.
Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. This is all.
Is this the one, ma'am?
It is not presenting as of now.
Close all the PPTs and then open it. Let's see. Maybe our own presentation is showing. No, it is opening like that. Is there in our email? Can we mute ourselves?
RCMR.
Mute us.
Can I share from my end? Does presentation not?
Right. And sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am. Are we good to go? So we can start the timer.
Yes, this one is my presentation.
Okay, so we are starting the timer in 3, 2, 1.
Ask Sunita ma'am to put it in slideshow.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I am Yogita, a research scholar at the Department of Finance and Business Economics, University of Delhi. And today I will be presenting my research title, Green Investment and PPPs in Infrastructure, Assessing India's Progress towards the SDGs. So we can come to the next slide, which is background and objectives. So India's infrastructure. Can you please change the slide for me? Yeah, so India's infrastructure ambitions are deeply tied to its commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. So my key objectives were to assess 12 PPP projects using the OECD Sustainable Infrastructure Framework to evaluate their alignment with the India's SDG goals, and to identify policy and financing gaps, and to suggest actionable improvements to India's green infrastructure roadmap. And yes, so we can come to the next slide, which is methodology. I adopted a mixed method approach. First, I selected 12 PPP infrastructure projects from sectors like food processing, IT, transport, water, and industrial parks. All were either completed or in the operation and maintenance phase. I used the OECD Sustainable Infrastructure Framework, which evaluates projects across 4 pillars, that is, economic efficiency, environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and governance. And next slide. Dimension wise evaluation. So yes, so economic efficiency, which I found that is highest in the high tech city JECC Jaipur, Reagda, Food Park, weakest in the water testing projects with low return on investment. And environmental sustainability, which showed that Delhi Metro and Namami Gange excelled in green features, but many projects lacked renewable integrations. And social inclusion, agro-based projects and Delhi Metro performed well, but several industrial logistic projects lacked inclusive planning. And governance, strong governance observed in centrally funded projects. State level PPPs showed weaker risk sharing and transparency as compared to the centrally handled projects. And some project highlight, which is in the next slide. Can you please change the slide for me? Yeah, so Delhi Metro, we can come to the next slide. I will cover it in the, yeah, yes. So Delhi Metro Phase 4 scored the highest for its green features, solar integration, transparent governance, and massive urban impact. High Tech City in Hyderabad excelled in economic and governance indicators due to leasing models and tech-enabled design. Namami Gange STP, which is sewage treatment plant in Delhi, delivered strong environmental benefits through zero liquid discharge and waste to energy system. On the other hand, projects like water testing labs and smaller industrial estates showed weaker outcomes in return on investment and community impact. So next slide. Okay, so identify gaps. So despite some impressive outcomes, we observed several systematic challenges. So it we can categorize in the 4 main categories. So the finance constraint, weak SDG mainstreaming, governance asymmetry, and environmental underperformance in commercial PPPs, which says that project like logistic hubs and polymer parks complied with environmental norms but lacked innovation in emissions reduction or energy reuse. So next slide. Included policy recommendation, yes, right. So align Department of Economic Affairs PPP guidelines with SDG metrics, so sustainability is embedded from the start. And institutionalize SDG impact assessment at both project planning and post completion stages. Establish a green PPP fund with the sovereign guarantees and blended finance to attract private capital. Develop a national green infrastructure taxonomy to define and standardize what qualifies as green. And build state and municipal capacity through training templates and funding support to design better green PPPs. And the last slide, conclusion and way forward. So in conclusion, green PPPs hold immense potential in bridging India's infrastructure and sustainability goals. Projects like Delhi Metro and Namami Gange showcase how institutional support, innovative financing, and clear SDG alignment can deliver impact. So, however, to truly unlock the full value of PPPs, we must reform governance frameworks, strengthen green financing tools, and embedded SDG tracking throughout the project life cycle. Future research can expand to larger data set, integrate AI dashboard for real-time impact tracking, and test India-specific benchmarking models. So yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Krupa ma'am.
Thank you, Yogita, for that wonderful work. Is this your PhD work?
No, ma'am. I'm working on Green France. I'm just exploring this topic as of now.
Okay.
So yeah,
Okay.
not specifically my PhD work. I have prepared this for this conference
Conference.
specific.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I have a couple of questions. First is, who would be your target audience, whom you are making this recommendation?
Whom I'm making, firstly, I'm making this recommendation to the government, because they are the only one who will proceed with the policies. Then the corporates, because it includes the public private partnership. So it is already the alignment of the corporates with the government. So these two are the main audience.
Okay. So can you please take me to your slide
Yes.
where you spoke about 12 projects that you have shortlisted?
Yes, this is the second slides, basic objectives of mine.
Yeah,
Can
you
you please take
chose
there?
12 projects across
Yes.
different in sectors.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, here, analyze 12 PPP projects.
Yes.
So I could see that
Yes.
in your full paper, you have also given it in the tabular form where you have mentioned how did you select, what are the different categories or sectors that you chose. There are some food processing, etc. Only concern here is when we speak about OECD framework, OECD,
Yes.
when it releases its report, it doesn't consider Indian demography. Any particular reason you have identified?
Sorry, ma'am, the last statement was?
Is any particular reason you have identified having had the experience in this space? Why do you think OECD do not consider India for its sample? It has
As
countries from Europe, US.
Yeah, so I know, although India is not an OECD member, the framework is internationally recognized and aligns well with India's SDG commitments, which is already going on in the Indian context. So with there, I can relate it with the OECD framework, but India is not the member. But I think it is always the give suggestion in the policy recommendation in OECD framework, which I have read somewhere in a paper. So
So Abha,
there, yes, yeah, yes, ma'am.
just to position your paper, one, very well structured, to be honest. Second, your 12 project identification and the way you have framed it is very neat work. So congratulations there. The couple of recommendation to you, Yogita, for to make it more readable for all the audience apart from policy, because if I'm not a policy maker, it is not relevant to me. Why would anybody read your? Why would anybody accept your book? So that it becomes too narrow, too hyper focused on a particular audience. So that's where you can try and relook at working on some of the sections.
Yes, ma'am.
So
I can
that is
shift it to the students, research scholars, if you, if I'm
maybe
correct.
for the academics,
Yes, ma'am.
bringing some
Academics. Yes.
scholarly citation where I could not see those citations, how
Yes,
the how that space can be used, because when we speak about policy, it is not the research paper just works. You need many other stakeholders if you really want to make a contribution. So this will just remain in terms of write up. It will not go and make any kind of contribution
Yes,
moving
ma'am.
forward. So that is one. And second suggestion is, when we speak about mixed method, you have cited your methodology as mixed method research.
Yes,
Could you help us understand how have you introduced mixed method research in your work?
How okay, so the mixed method means it is a mixture of the qualitative and the quantitative analysis. Quality analysis of mine includes the policies. I have read the policies and the all the theoretical work related with the PPPs and the projects, and which I found on the ministerial sites. And the quantitative analysis, because I have taken the economic efficiency, which include the analyzing the ROI of the project, which is return on investment and the return on equity. So that's why I have mentioned it as a mixed method approach.
Okay, so here I wish to give you a certain clarity on the fundamentals of mixed method.
Okay, ma'am. Sure,
The it's a technical word and it is one of the branches in research methods. You can read Burke-Johnson, B-U-R-K-E, Burke-Johnson, who has extensively worked in mixed method research and published some book. There is one popular book, Educational Research by Burke-Johnson, will clear a lot of fundamentals, because when we read the paper, it is not mixed method research.
Okay,
it is
ma'am.
totally on secondary research. So you can try
Yes,
and
ma'am.
mention that it is, you have used a review and then probably a commentary of your own, but it is certainly not a mixed method,
Ma'am,
methodology.
about my data, I have mentioned that I have used the secondary data. And about the
Yeah, so it's a
approach, I will
published
change it
data.
to
So
the,
when we
yes.
speak about, yes, so mixed method, the minute you use mixed method and you say qualitative and quantitative, so in qualitative, we expect you to have conducted any personal in-depth interview or a focus group, which is very focused to your research, and that detailing is not
Yes.
there. Second, when you say
Yes,
quantitative, you have to have certain either extracted secondary data where it runs in numeric expression and you have certain analysis done.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not getting into the details of Smith's method. I would only recommend you to refer to Burke-Johnson, because he's the one who has promoted this concept widely.
Okay,
So that
ma'am.
might help you to have a clarity.
Sure,
Yes.
ma'am. Sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yogita, and also Dr. Krupa. It is indeed a very learning to all of us who are listening here. Our next presenter is Mr. Alok Hardikkar and Dr. Sunil Karve, and their title is Impact of Atmanirbhar Bharat on Consumer Satisfaction in Indian Ride-Hailing Services. Also, I would like to request Mehak Chabria and architect Mildred Jose to be ready with their presentations. Thank you.
Okay. Can you present my slides?
Sure, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Bianca, you're sharing it, right?
Yes, we are sharing it.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yep, thank you. Okay, so in 3, 2, 1, we start.
Okay, my paper is on impact of Atmanirbhar Bharat on consumer satisfaction in Indian ride-hailing services, with main objective comparative study of Ola and Uber. Next slide, please. Basically, my introduction of my research paper, or like a basic objective, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, launched by Government of India in 2020, represent transportation push towards economic and domestic innovation and national pride. So urban mobility sector is a critical area for my economic nationalization. This study aims to examine the impact of Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative on consumer satisfaction by comparing two mainly figures, that is Ola and Uber. Next slide, please. So my research objectives are: compare consumer satisfaction levels between Ola and Uber, examine the role of patriotic sentiment in shaping brand preferences, identify key service attributes driving satisfaction. My research methodology approach: I have taken sample size of 300 users. It's a mixed methods, qualitative and quantitative. I have used the tool surveys like interviews, my Google form through I have taken the questionnaire, regression analysis, t-test, and ANOVA. These are some literature review I have taken. You can go to the next slide. So key findings are: Ola scores higher in satisfaction, mean is 4.12. So Ola drivers rated better in conduct and professionalism. So Ola hypothesis directly tests whether awareness of Atmanirbhar Bharat increased preference for Ola. My regression analysis shows that nationalistic sentiment is strong predictor for as compared to Uber. Ola is a strong preference taken by the consumers. Next slide, please. So these are my statistical highlights. As per this, regression confirms patriotic sentiment as a predictor, and from all these tests, the Ola is a powerful preference given by the customers. As per their selection, as per their trust, satisfaction level, preferences, Ola is a higher preference given by the consumers. Next slide, please. So my insights. Atmanirbhar Bharat is not a just government campaign. It becomes emotional for the consumer to make the choices between the Ola and Uber ride. This study shows how even private competitive sectors are influenced by public policy narratives, making it relevant for researchers and marketers and policymakers. Thank you. So these are our strong recommendations for Ola, Uber. So my policymakers support it.
Yeah, Mr. Alok Hardikar, are you there?
No, we are unable to hear you. Are you there in the meeting?
It looks like there is a technical glitch from Mr. Alok Hardikal's side. We'll wait for a minute.
If we have his number, somebody can call up and check the status.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
I connected him and he said he's joining. He's joining. He's
Okay.
connected.
Okay. Fine. Yeah.
Right. Please share Mehek's, Dr. Mehek's.
So, Rupa ma'am, it seems that Alok sir is having some technical issue from his end. So we will continue to the next presenter. Once he joins us back, you can share your observations there.
Sure, sure. Yeah.
So over to me. No, just stop share.
You're on.
Yes.
Now I would like to call Dr. Mehak Shabria on the title Go Digital or Roadmap Towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I would also like architect Millet Jose to be ready.
Can you share my slide, please?
Yes, ma'am, we are on it.
Sure, sure.
जब उसको बोला ना IT वाले को
Yes.
Ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible to me. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. So my theme topic for the today is Go Digital, a roadmap towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Please change the slide. The slide is not visible to me. Am I audible?
Ma'am, just 1 minute.
Sure. I hope my timer is not on.
No, ma'am, we have paused your time.
Sure.
Just relax, Dr. Mehak.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
नहीं हो रहा What is the first?
Yeah.
The audience. Yep.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon to one and all. I, Dr. Mehak Shabria, would like to present my presentation. So basically, this paper investigates how digital tools and platforms such as mobile apps, digital payment system, and e-governance portals are helping India become Atmanirbhar. Digitalization plays a transformative role by reducing dependency on traditional paper-based and manual system, also bridging the gaps in service delivery, especially in underserved regions like rural areas as well. It also empowers citizens with direct access to government schemes and markets. The focus of the paper is on infrastructure, that is availability of high-speed internet, mobile connectivity, and cloud-based platforms. Digital literacy, understanding whether whether the customer is equipped with the digital tools. Service delivery, ensuring that essential services like education, healthcare, banking, etc., are available online 24/7 and are accessible to all. The key focus of this research paper is to understand governance, education, MSME, that is how digital tools are helping small and medium enterprises to expand their reach and operate effectively. Finance, that is widespread use of digital payments like UPI, etc., and rural development. Please change the slide. I request you to please change the slide.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute.
Yeah. I think you're on a wrong slide, one slide earlier.
Okay.
Can you please go back?
Sorry for the inconveniences. I think in this case, we can see that people have become more fast than the technology. And thank you for the coordination, everyone.
Okay, so the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative was launched in the year 2020. It was a government initiative which aimed at rebuilding and strengthening the Indian economy, particularly in response to COVID-19 pandemic, ensuring dependency on digital tools to be normal phenomena. The key pillars of the Digital India were included DigiLockers, wherein paperless governance was ensured. It allows citizens to store and access official documents digitally and securely. Umang was another initiative which was launched. Over 1,000 plus government services integrated into a single mobile app covering various services across central, state, and local government bodies, including Passport Seva, etc. It is available in multiple Indian languages. E-hospitals, wherein the part of it's a part of e-governance of healthcare, wherein appointments can be booked. Even the lab reports can be evaluated through online. Through digital tools. You can view the OPD and IPD records. It helps to reduce the waiting time and gives information about the real-time delivery of the service. My government is another platform which ensures that citizens can engage in various policy making decisions. Please change the slide. Yeah. Another important digital initiative was UPI, which enables instant real-time digital payment between bank accounts and mobile apps. ONDC is a government-led initiative to democratize e-commerce by creating an open platform. Swayam, which aims at creating a series of active learning for young aspiring minds, offering free online courses from school to university level. And Jam Trinity, wherein Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and Mobile Yojana, which is used for the welfare scheme, subsidies and pensions are deposited directly into beneficiaries' bank account. Please change the slide. Yeah, some of the challenges of digitalization are unequal access, weak internet connection, especially in remote areas, low digital literacy among seniors and rural users, security risk, that is risk of payment being made and the confirmation not being received, language barriers and cost issues, limited digital tools in agriculture and healthcare sector. Can you please change the slide? Yeah, some of the objectives of this research study is to evaluate the role of digital initiative in Atmanirbhar Bharat, to study the public usage of digital platforms, to assess the digital impact of MSME or startups, and to suggest strategies for digital inclusion. Please change the slide. The research methodology used for the paper is descriptive and explorative in nature. Primary data was collected via structured questionnaire. 93 respondents were considered for the same. Secondary data was collected from various available sources, Niti Aayog, RBI, Maitri, World Bank, etc. And the tools used for analysis were percentage analysis, and graphs and charts were used to represent the data. Yeah, the data analysis highlights there is high awareness of Atmanirbhar Bharat and digital initiatives. Mostly 86% of the respondents out of 93 respondents that were taken up for the study, UPI is mostly used by the respondents, and digital platforms are used on daily basis by 63.4% of respondents. And the major challenges include internet connectivity, cyber security connection. Mainly usage is high due to speed and convenience by the users. I think this is more because the urban population was considered. 100% of the respondents were aware of the Atmanirbhar Bharat and government digital initiatives. As I already mentioned, 86% highly rely on UPI schemes, 59% go for online shopping, 42% considers online banking as an important strategy. E-learning is being used by 38% of respondents. I still feel this is quite low as compared to what it should be. And telemedicine is just used by 11%, maybe due to lack of awareness among the respondents. Can you please change the slide? Yeah, talking about the user sentiments and challenges as a part of data analysis, some of the top reasons for using digital platforms is faster service and convenience, and internet connectivity and trust in digital finance remains a major challenge. Cybersecurity is yes, is one of the concern for most of the respondents. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The time is.
Yes, Dr. Mehak, how many slides do you have?
There are few more. I think there are 4-5 more slides. I'll be able to find up within 2 minutes. I'll go quicker.
The conclusion. Come to the conclusion.
Okay. I would like to at least talk about some of the major findings and recommendations. Yeah, there is high adoption of UPI. Digital services are viewed as convenient and essential, and significant pandemic-driven increase in digital use. There's a positive experience with digital governance platform. You can change the slide. Some of the suggestions that I can think about which corporates and government can adopt is improved internet infrastructure, increase in cybersecurity awareness, though efforts are definitely being made in those directions, promote the digital literacy for all the ages, and enhance the local language support and expand the reach. Yeah, these are the major limitations of the study. The sample size was quite limited due to time constraint. There is no demographic or geographic segmentation. Mostly multiple choice questions were considered, and there is limited sectorial and pre and post COVID comparison. Yeah, I think there's a strong support for digital adoption in India. People are already inclined to use digital tools. There is a bit to be considered for the further expansion. UPI and educational tools shows major impact, and connectivity and trust still remains a barrier. There's a need to have inclusive, secure, and accessible digital growth. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mehak. Over to you, Kripa ma'am.
Thank you. Very well presented and structured presentation, Dr. Mehak. Contemporary topic, to be honest. And there are good insight and observation, a high level observation that you shared with us. I see a lot of merit personally as a reader, be it a user or an acad in your paper. There are a couple of recommendations and a few critical observation. Now, critical observation to begin with, when I look at your full paper, I feel the entire narrative is more descriptive. So giving the opportunity for you to introduce causation, maybe you can think through about it. If you want to develop this as a full paper, think of the causation. The lapse of logic where I felt is in the second paragraph of your full paper, where you have mentioned that the paper also analyzes public perception through a structured questionnaire, which you have done, and have influenced entrepreneurship, employment, accessibility. So through the presentation, the influence on entrepreneurship, employability was not visible for us.
Yes, ma'am. I made an attempt to collect some data from women entrepreneurs whom I know personally and understand whether it is affecting their business or not. But unfortunately, I could not get, better response from them. I could get response only from very few of them, and so I did not incorporate the same because the respondent size was very less. But overall, if I talk about their response, they can say they are small time women entrepreneurs who have just started their business and who are already into some clothing business, some cosmetics business. So the response is people are willing to buy online, but still there are concerns. They would like to check the products offline. The security remains the concern for them. But unfortunately, I did not get my questionnaire is ready, but I could not get many of the entrepreneurs to respond on the same. To understand whether it is affecting.
Yeah, I would encourage you to pursue that line of research investigation. Reason, if you look at a well-established entrepreneurs, who would refrain you using a card or a digital payment for tax benefit or capturing other book capturing. Vis-a-vis, you see these unorganized small entrepreneurs who are also okay having a digital transaction on 10 rupees and 20 rupees.
Correct.
Now, this is Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is a roadmap probably you have to lay, which wasn't evident in your write-up, but there is a lot of scope for you to incorporate all these ideas. Now, coming to a couple of recommendations, purely from a reviewer's point of view, if had to review this paper for any good journal, what I feel is you have to follow an academic writing convention, which you miss out on.
Okay.
We generally widely use, all of us are familiar with APA style, the way in which you write. The
Correct.
bullet points, those are not appreciated. Another thing is try and avoid or maybe use at the max 1800 to 1200 words for your introduction. In your 3000 word write-up, the introduction has taken maximum space. While literature review is very short, research methodology is abstract. So ensure how you devote your words and space in your article. That was another missing point where you can think through. Causation, as I mentioned, because you speak about the employability and usage of UPI, you already have some very good data in terms of the penetration of internet and other things. Perhaps you can think of establishing a hypothesis and looking at the causation that strengthen your work. At the moment, most of the recommendation appears obvious. These are obvious recommendations. So you can just strengthen, make it more tight. Otherwise, very well written paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. I'll definitely look forward to make the changes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mehak Chabria and Dr. Krupa Rai. In spite of facing such technical glitches, you all both coordinated with such impeccably. So thank you so much. Our next presenter is architect Mildred Rose, and her title is The Genesis of Othering, Examining Public Spaces for Women. Also, Dr. Mamta Rane and Ms. Rachna Kulkarni with Dr. Naina Salvi. Be ready because you will be followed by after the presentation. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible?
So we'll give you a countdown and 3, 2, 1, and the time starts now.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm very thankful for the opportunity to the entire organizing committee so that I could present my research. My research is on the genesis of othering, examining public spaces for women. So I begin with understanding what are public spaces. So what does one understand by a public space? Public spaces are basically meant for people to meet, gather, and in turn boost interaction. These interactions might be social in nature, cultural in nature, recreational in nature, political in nature. So this kind of sums up that public spaces are not just spatial, but also social constructs of a cityscape. This led me to my research aim, which says to critically examine the processes through which women are othered in public spaces by exploring the role of spatial design, social norms, and intersecting factors. It also covers mechanisms of exclusion and identifies opportunities for more inclusive planning. So these were my research questions to begin with. Are all public spaces in urban areas inclusive? How does the concept of belonging in public space differ for men and women? What social or cultural factors contribute to the exclusion of women from public areas? Do spatial practices and norms contribute to the marginalization or invisibility of women in public spaces? So the next big part was my methodology. My methodology was divided into these segments. The first being understanding the role and the importance of public space. Second, to raise a debate on what are the various societal norms and what are their impacts on the said user. The third is to understand a theoretical framework of various theories that I've studied that kind of respond to the same research that I'm looking at, and also various case studies globally that are kind of recognized to understand the intent of my research. And the fourth bit part that I'm talking about is the political frameworks of understanding what the government is doing in the global south and in the global north, followed by discussions and conclusions. So to begin with, what are these societal norms? Do they actually control gendered uses of public spaces? I looked at three aspects of discussing this. First being male-dominated planning. The very fact that most Indian cities have been designed, managed, and governed primarily by men leads to a space being used and governed by patriarchal norms. The second aspect is social policing. For understanding this aspect, I listed down a few statements that I would want everyone to reflect on as I read them. Women sitting alone at a tea stall in a public space in the evening is often questioned or judged, whereas a man in the same space goes unnoticed. A young woman walking late in a public space may face not just harassment, but also social blame for being out of place. Has anyone heard of this term of women loitering? Why is loitering associated only as a male privilege? Has anyone here heard of Parda or Zenana Bags or women-only public gardens? Do we see women celebrating festivals alone and by themselves freely in the night? This very reason where women are needed to justify their presence in public, their behaviors in public, is exactly what I intended to question as an act of social policy. And the third and a very important part of my discussing this particular slide was the idea that the fear of being judged or being anticipated to violence in such spaces that are bounded by such spatial and social controls, which leads to questioning freedom, visibility, and engagement of women. Then I go to the idea that the assumption that the entire planning framework conceptualizes ideas more in the lines of a universal user model is actually a myth, considering the facts that I kind of presented in the previous slide, which makes cities less inclusive, less functional, and leading to a aspect of negotiated or restricted access for women. So what is this negotiated access? So I looked at understanding gender journeys, particularly women journeys. So it talks more on the lines of the trip chaining aspect. So what is this trip chaining aspect? So basically, trip chaining is more about understanding cycles of journeys of women revolving around the house, workplace, creches, healthcare, markets, etc. So these activities in general leaves no space or time for women for leisure, which leaves them with incidental engagement to leisure versus actual leisure. There were some supporting theories that I studied in the due course that kind of explained or summarized whatever I just concluded. One being Henry Lefebvre, he discusses about how social relations or societal norms kind of power and kind of dominate the presence of women in space. The second being, so this is a very interesting theory that I kind of read about Gillian Rose, where where that person says that geography is not just about the physical boundaries of a space, but it's also about how the space is represented and used by the people who inhabit them. Similarly, Doreen Massey talks about power geometry, where power frameworks dominate which user uses certain spaces. So I looked at few national and international case studies of public spaces. I intentionally selected case studies that are varied in nature, be it a recreational space, be it a commercial space, be it a beach area, be it a commercial district area, be it a public garden, be it a stadium or Charminar. So what I found in all of these in common in the national case studies, as well as in the international case studies that I did of the Global South, is that public visibility does not equate to belonging, does not equate to only being seen, heard, and cared for in the process. But there are various frameworks of political nature and societal nature that kind of control the presence of women in these areas. So some common findings that I found out with the help of this were these that I discussed women's presence. How is it seen out of place? How is it a certain kind of purpose-driven presence how is it judged as a purpose-driven kind of intent for going to a particular place? And how does surveillance as a strategy is being incorporated by the government? And it's actually not a safe strategy for women. About temporal access in which women are supposed to be using public spaces only within a certain time frame, and about gendered access where male presence anywhere and everywhere is normalized, whereas women need justification to be seen or heard, and of course the infrastructure gaps that we have. So I kind of summarized them to some radar charts, analyzing what case studies are and how they are, how they what are the resultant impacts of these case studies. Then I also kind of looked at some kind of political frameworks to study them further. So what is the government doing about this? In which I understood that there are three frameworks of control of the government. One is institutional control, one is symbolic control, and materialistic control. So what I understand by all this?
Excuse me, Architect Mildred Jose, you can come to the conclusion part.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'll just conclude. So, what I kind of observed that be it the Delhi Master Plan, be it the draft DP initiative of the second chapter being initialized, all of this were a sort of checkbox exercise, and they were not they were very symbolic and reactive and short-term fixes, and not looking at who will monitor this. So these are some Nirbhaya funds. These were some pink booths, some kind of help booths that were institutionalized, whereas some kind of political frameworks of the global north, which are completely in contrast. I'll come to the conclusion. So to conclude, it says that there should be equitable distribution of services for all in a city, with gender being the base or the central aspect of design and planning, and not a supplementary aspect of design, thereby challenging conditional belonging using co-creation methods and not control methods as an after effect, so that we are creating sustainable cities in the long run. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Architect Mildred Jose. Over to you, Dr. Krupa Rai, for the Q&A session.
Yes. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. First, very interesting topic. Second, maybe I have to bring in my gender as a woman listening to your presentation, quite relatable on multiple facets. Now coming to the structuring of paper and the labs and the good and the bad thing of the presentation, or not so good thing of the presentation. Now talking about the objective. Can I have the presentation? It's a very different interface. Can I request the organizing team to give us the PPT slides? I think it's in Google PPT. The first slides, yeah. Yes. Where the objective is written. It's very well articulated, sharp objective. Okay. So I see in the full paper, you have given it in terms of research question, that are all public spaces in urban areas inclusive? My recommendation would be, perhaps you can give us the operational or the contextual meaning of inclusive, which wasn't available. How do you like to define inclusive in the given context? Because there was some national example, there were some global example, and you had taken diverse setting. Right. So in diverse setting, the inclusivity means different, especially when it comes to domestic and different countries. So that contextual definition could have helped the reader understand your storyline better. So that was a little missing part for me.
Yes.
Second is, again, the concept of belonging is vast and complex. There specific, a precise definition in the beginning, that how do you define belonging vis-a-vis othering? So these are opposing emotions or opposing context you're trying to bring in the same paper. So I could not find the belonging contextual definition to get a better understanding. So I'm simultaneously referring to your complete paper when you are taking us through your PPT. So the labs here, I felt, for your research question to the common finding. So first question, let's say, is all spaces are inclusive? So where is a relatable, relevant conclusion or recommendation? So which part of your slide is showing that? I could not find that.
So, ma'am, that is what I tried to point out through what is happening actually in terms of the government frameworks that are there. So spaces are not inclusive because in the way they are planned and managed, the frameworks of planning are such, and the societal norm controls are such that spaces are not actually inclusive. That is what the conclusion of my findings were.
Okay, so you're questioning whether it is inclusive, and then you are with a case study, you're coming to a conclusion they are not
Yes,
inclusive.
ma'am.
And then
Yes,
the
ma'am.
recommendation
Yes.
to make it inclusive to the government, because it is an
Right.
administration, and then as an individual researcher, perhaps we have a very limited authority to convince the administration. So let's say that you're taking your work to the policymaker. I'm just assuming. Why would they listen to you and to make it inclusive? How can we help policymaker to restructure?
Okay, so, ma'am, what I mentioned here in the conclusion talks about something called as co-creation. So, there has been some steps towards this in the recent DCPR, which I mentioned just now in the presentation, as a chapter which was headed by Shabana Azmi and team, in which they looked at how women leaders should kind of come together in the planning framework and look at proposing certain kind of solutions. So when women come as leaders in the entire process, there is a certain chance of understanding and sensitizing to the aspects of what women need. For example, not just deciding and planning strategies, but also looking at monitoring how this happens, certain kind of educational frameworks, awareness programs of how this happens, and so on. Societal norms kind of change in the process. That is the kind of conclusion I made, ma'am. And this is how probably
So,
we can reach. Yes.
Yeah, because I see a lot of merit in your paper, the ideation. There's a lot of angles where it can be very exciting to all kind of readers from a different domain, right? From social sciences to management to business. So there's a wide audience you can find for your work. But a
Yes, ma'am.
few logical stickiness you can introduce in your work. For example,
Right, ma'am.
when we speak about your third research question, that cultural.
Yes.
Now, this non-inclusion, is it a policy-driven or fear-driven? So that part of the one lens you are looking at the entire concept of othering is from a patriarchal lens, or
Right.
why men are not questioned in a particular setup, but women have to justify. Valid question. But now, have you asked those women that they're okay justifying, or they're used to justifying? This is a cultural nuance. So what am I trying to say is, all your observations are at a macro level. Perhaps you can bring a micro level observation, identify the microcosm of this phenomenon, and then try and generalize, because at a micro level, it's more fear driven. The non-belongingness is fear driven. Women, I think, fear to be heard. They don't want to be heard. There is a different literature domain where you see the muted theory. It's a gender muted theory. You can refer to that theory, which speaks about cultural studies and media studies. I facilitate a course on cross-cultural aspect of communication, and this is also my area of interest, where I read gender studies. So from that lens, if you see, it is this isolation or non-inclusion is more from a penetrated or inherited fear, a social fear. So how policy can help? Yeah, that one aspect you have spoken. But what is the level of acceptance? Probably the microcosm would lead to a more realistic recommendation. This is a lot at a macro level. It's nice to speak. It's nice to put up on a social media, but I'm not sure how far it can help understand the academic literature or bring a realistic contribution. So there is a huge gap. So you can try and look for a single unit in the same space and then try and extract some insight. Otherwise, beautiful topic. Thank you for bringing it. Yes.
Thank you so much for your suggestions, ma'am. I will take them into consideration. Thank
Look
you.
for that muted theory. I'm
Yes, sure,
I'm
ma'am. Thank you. Thank
Different
you.
lens, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Architect Mildred and Dr. Krupa ma'am. Now I would like to call Dr. Mamta Rane on the title Leading with Emotional Intelligence, the Power of Catharsis in Effective Leadership.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Can I share my presentation?
Yes, yes. Architect Mildred Jose, you can stop sharing your screen here. Thank you so much.
Is my presentation visible?
Yes, Dr. Mamta Rane. So your countdown starts at 3, 2, 1, start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Mamta Rane, currently serving as the principal in charge, and I'm also a professional psychologist. I have completed my NLP and psychology from the Institute of Psychology, UK. My academic training in professional psychology has deeply shaped my understanding of human behavior, emotion regulation, and leadership, bringing me to this topic today. Today, I'll be presenting my research paper titled Leading with Emotional Intelligence, the Power of Catharsis in Effective Leadership. This study merges two important psychological concepts, that is emotional intelligence and catharsis, to explore their combined impact on leadership effectiveness in modern organization. My second slide talks about the unseen strength. We all acknowledge the critical role of emotional intelligence in leadership, including skills which help us to identify our awareness, self-awareness, empathy, and emotional regulation. But in practical world, when we try to practice leadership, the concept of catharsis is ignored, which means the intentional and healthy release of intense and repressed emotions. This paper suggests that catharsis is not just a therapeutic tool, but it is also a strategic emotional skill for leaders to operate under high environment pressure. Nowadays, when we see young generation, they are very hesitant to express their views to their leaders, their seniors. They don't open up. So my research objectives is to examine how catharsis enhances emotional intelligence in leaders, to establish the relationship between emotional intelligence and effective leadership, to identify the practices that most of the successful leaders use, and also its impact on the current work culture. My next slide talks about I have conducted a quantitative survey of people acting in a leadership role from varied industries, right from a small business to a larger one. Questionnaire evaluated 3 aspects: emotional intelligence levels, frequency and type of practices, and perceived leadership efficacy. My key findings were: most of the effective leaders use catharsis through journaling, open conversation, therapy, and creative outlets. Catharsis led to better team dynamics and more moral. They boosted their morale wherever the leaders, they tried to practice catharsis. In short, catharsis emerged as a vital yet often invisible strength in emotionally intelligent leadership. My next slide talks about how to integrate catharsis into leadership development. We propose following methods to integrate catharsis into a leadership training. We should involve EI modules, wherein we should ask people to express their views, their emotions in writing, to communicate with the fellow members, to communicate with the employees. Structured reflection tools such as journaling and mindfulness, culturally sensitive emotional spaces, and also we require a proper peer support and coaching circles. My next slide talks about emotional openness strengthens leadership, fostering trust and acceptable. However, if we try to over disclose, people might take it in a wrong sense, or sometimes it happens that we sound to be rude. Emotional expression, we have to understand, is not a weakness. It is a strength if it is guided by self-awareness and purpose. My conclusion is organizations that integrate catharsis will nurture. It will develop emotionally strong and ethical, resilient leaders. It will also develop healthier work cultures. It will also give us improved team performance. And if anybody would like to continue future research, it could explore longitudinal effects of catharsis leadership and how AI-based coaching can support emotional regulations at scale. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mamta Rane. Over to you, Dr. Krupa.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta. Very well structured write-up. I have gone through your complete work as well as the way you arranged your logical thought. It was very new topic for me, so I would like to acknowledge that it happened to learn something very new through you. So thank you so much for bringing this. Now, looking from a leadership point of view, or let's say emotional intelligence as widely discussed in management or otherwise, I'm curious to know how this will change the space of leadership. How do you think your work or the work like this would bring in any kind of change in terms of leadership?
Yeah, ma'am, it is basically, as I already mentioned, that people, they don't open up, they suppress their feelings, and these feelings, when they get intense, right, sometimes either it breaks up or it also brings a mental pressure. It sometimes we feel work pressure, but when we are not able to fulfill the targets. Now, fulfilling the targets, it's not just the job of a leader, it is a team. So whenever a leader feels that there is a space required where we need to express ourselves when we feel burdened, then and there, if we try to express our emotions, this burden will come down, and that can build up a very good rapport with the people. The leaders, if they are very hesitant, feeling that if they express their feelings, the employees might not take him as a acceptable leader, or they may think that he is an authoritative leader. Now, we have to understand that nowadays situational leaders are better working, and they are accepted. So when these feelings are expressed in a proper manner, as I mentioned, it is a healthy way of expressing your emotions that can bring out to be a good leader.
Okay. Now, talking about your write-up, I'm just curious to see, look at your sample qualification. You have mentioned in your write-up where 30% or 30 respondents displayed a high emotional intelligence score between 80 to 100. So who were these respondents?
Ma'am, as I mentioned, that all these people who act as a leader, for me, each and every person is a leader who takes up a business. So my respondents were people who act like a sole trader, a person who is working, who is having a shop. So all these people brought together became my respondents. So so these are the people, basically what happens if I am owning my business, it becomes very easy for me to express myself. Whereas if I'm working in an organization, it feels very difficult for me to express. Why? Because I'm working under a pressure already. So it becomes difficult to share the emotions. Whereas if I'm owning, and if it is my business, it becomes easy for me to express, because I don't have anybody who is holding or whom I'm answerable to.
So from a purely academic writing point of view, I have a couple of observations when I look at your entire work. One, Dr. Mamta, you can try and include more citation. In most of the passages, citation was not visible. So that kind of supports from where you have borrowed the idea. That is the one. Second, the logical reasoning of your entire paper is very convincing. The labs, what I see is in terms of research methodology and then the analysis. Maybe the discipline is different. You come from a psychology, from management, or in a social science, the write-up structure is different. You can the right judge how you want to mold it. But as an outsider, if I have to read your work, which is convincing to me, at the same time useful to me, that readability, just to broaden your audience, maybe you can tweak and change your writing style, especially in the section of research methodology and recommendation, that would help reader understand your point of view better. And another contextual definition or space where I felt there was an ambiguity which requires a little more clarity is when we speak about leaders' emotional expression. Now that your sample or you are considering anybody into any kind of business who are who have got their own liberty to express or maybe under pressure, some scope for expression, it is essential to first contextualize what does emotional expression mean to an individual and what an emotional expression mean in a free setup, that where there is an autonomy and where there is no autonomy. So that kind of structures the entire reading. Maybe you can go back and revisit your recommendation and make it more fragmented recommendation. Now it appears an overview of your recommendation. So if I have to replicate your work in terms of educational leaders, where you have written one of the case study, so you have given a case where you have spoken about an educational leader. For me, the case study mismatch is not able to understand what emotional expression is. So if you can include that passage, perhaps if I have to borrow or anybody wish to replicate your work, it will be really good guide, good reference work for anyone who can try and replicate and extend your work. So you should give that opportunity for others to extend your work. So very well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of the first round of presentations. Thank you to all presenters for their wonderful insights. Paper presentation track 2 will begin at 2:15. I repeat, the paper presentation track 2 will start at 2:15 following the lunch break and will be conducted by our comparers Suyash Shinde and Suman Jha. Thank you, everyone. Also to be noted, Ms. Rachna Kulkarni and Dr. Naina Salve will be starting their presentation after the post breaks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So let's take a lunch break.
Yeah, sure.
Hello, check.
Welcome back, everyone. After the lunch break, we are now ready to begin the paper presentation track 2. I'm your host, Suya Shinde.
And Suman Jha.
We appreciate your enthusiasm and engagement throughout the day, and are excited to dive into the next set of presentations. Your continued participation is invaluable, and we look forward to insightful discussions and contributions that track 2 will bring. We wish the authors and presentators all the best.
Let me share the guidelines for the paper presentation once again. Each presenter will have 7 minutes to deliver their presentation, followed by Q&A session. The buzzer will ring at 5-minute mark as a reminder, and the final buzzer will ring at the end of 7 minutes to indicate the conclusion of the presentation time. So our first presenter for the second half will be Ms. Rachna Kulkarni and Dr. Naina Salve, and the title for their presentation will be a bibliometric analysis of role of women in leading communities towards efficient waste of management.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm presenting on behalf of both myself and Dr. Naina Salve. Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can.
Before we proceed, I just would like to request Ms. Clancy and Mr. Rajiv Kamble and Dr. Sarita Vichore to be ready, followed by Ms. Rachna Kulkarni.
Sure. Can I begin?
Ma'am, can we please have the presentation in presentation mode?
Yeah, sure. Is this better?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So, ma'am, your timer starts in 3, 2, 1.
Sure. We are discussing why aren't women leading in waste management. It's a bibliometric analysis of women's role in community waste initiatives. The theme of our conference today is building Atmanirbhar Bharat and strategies for sustainable development. As Mr. Kejriwal and Mr. Saraf pointed out in the morning during the keynote, that the sustainability cannot come only if we as women also are not responsible in the sustainable development. So this is a small effort on my side to discuss in a bibliometric analysis that why women are not present in the waste management industry as a sector. So the objective was to find out what are women's contribution in waste management using bibliometric analysis. Waste, of course, is a growing challenge, and women are central to every household and community waste management practices. When I say women are central to household and community waste management practices, are every woman in the household is responsible for waste management directly or indirectly. Even if she's a working woman, the waste management of the house usually centers around the lady of the house. I'm not saying that it is a gender specific role, but more or less it happens in that manner. So the methodology that we used for this bibliometric analysis was the systematic literature review using Prisma 2020. Then the database we use Scopus was because Scopus has a standardized overall large database, and it is most compatible with the VOS viewer and the BiblioShiny softwares which were used to represent the data. We have used filters for last 25 years because beyond that, or rather more than 25 years ago, there was not a lot of research which was carried out in waste management as a research. We have restricted the language to English because of our own understanding, and all the data is there post the year 2000. So if you see from the data that we have identified, there were a total of 591 papers and registers were 529. We removed all data which included feminine hygiene as a word, and which included anything other than waste management, but females were included, women were included. But feminine hygiene was not included because then the research was going to a different angle altogether. The reports which were sought for retrieval were 109, and only the relevant papers which were taken were 77. So the studies which finally included in the review were 77, and the reports of 77 studies were taken up. 77 articles were reviewed, which showed about 220 authors across 71 sources, and there has been an annual growth of about 11.5%, which shows that now the waste management is really becoming a very hot topic for discussion, and people are putting in enough effort on research of the of waste management techniques, why waste management is a problem and how it can be handled. So there was some factorial analysis that comes out of the biblioshiny that we have done. So the factorial analysis shows that we can see women's status on the left side, and we can also see, so the left, rather the dimension 2 is the social policy development axis, and the x-axis is the clinical demographic and health axis. Now, both of these axes, actually the studies span across governance, sanitation practices, environment health, and socio-demographic studies. But if we really consider, all of this becomes a very, very siloed study in its own manner, and this gives us gap for cross sectional studies, and there are more opportunities for integrated studies that can be taken up. The relevance of the keywords, if we see the center, the relevance degree over here, the centrality, of course, is the environmental concerns and the environmental problems, the literacy about the environment, environment engineering and professional aspects. But the basic themes are waste management, female and human. So when we say that the basic themes are waste management and human, it means that it is a low development, and there needs to be more work that needs to be done on females and in waste management. Okay. And the human aspect, of course, wherever there is a human, the waste is generated. The motor themes, which are the human metabolism, occupational exposure, women's status, sustainable development, these are the ones which are actually driving the research in waste management today, where women's health, environment, environmental impact are also playing. The size of the bubble is how many times these words have been taken up in this research. Also, an interesting fact over here is when we do the metadata analysis, we realize that the abstract, author, document type, journals, language, publication years, title, total citations all have excellent. Now, when we say excellent, it means that most of the data is complete, as in the DOI is complete. Your all those papers have very good capture of this information. But when we say affiliation between the papers is good. So that means there is some document or some data which may not have been captured. It also brings to the aspect that this data, when it is, when you are, I would say, this data is not every author is using the same word. Example, some authors may say MSW, some authors may say municipal solid waste, some authors may say only solid waste. So when the same word is not used everywhere, then your citations and your affiliations come in the category of good, whereas in excellent, everything is consistent. Again, in the keywords, it is acceptable for a similar reason. Corresponding authors we have seen in the
Thank you so
data.
much.
Sorry.
Miss, sorry to interrupt. Please move forward to the conclusion. The time is up.
Oh, okay. Okay, so my conclusion was that the females and the waste management are very, very closely related. However, it is not only that the waste management and females are there. The females are being considered as, rather it is being considered as just adult or for waste disposable. But women are also responsible in industry, and they are more so in the rag pickers in the sanitation criteria, and they are not in the criteria where people are taking up more responsible roles. So their limitation ends at sorting. We don't see women in leading roles in waste management industry, and this research has left us to open questions like why women, though they are leading in industry, it's not that women are not leading in the industry. They are there in banking, biotech, media, but in waste management industry they are in a very, very low level role. So further study needs to be conducted to understand the reasons for the absence of women in waste management. That is a gap analysis that we are finding in through this bibliometric analysis. We also find that inclusive policies in waste industry should be there. Now here inclusive policies means to support women to take up the next step for a leadership role
So
in
sorry to
waste
interrupt.
management.
Ma'am, so sorry to interrupt. You can move forward to the conclusion and please close.
Yes, I'm closing. And so our, our conclusion is that women are essential, where we have seen cities, whoever are leading in clean cities, they are all depending on the self-help groups of the women, but nothing further than the self-help groups. They are only there at a low level. We need more leadership. Leadership stops at the informal level. We need more information on why this thing can be, or how it can be improved for women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you, Krupa ma'am, for the Q&A session.
Okay, thank you so much, Rachna ji. It's a nice presentation. I know bibliometric is difficult to explain in 10 minutes. Given that, a couple of observations, having written my bibliometric paper with recently in a category journal with my PhD scholar, a few learning that I wish to share with you as well. That when we speak about Prisma model, you have taken the citation of Scopus, one beautiful reference article, page AR 2020. You can refer their paper to kind of maintain your database, screen, assemble, and segregate. They have given a very good guideline how to use it. They have taken the reference of Prisma list of questions and written this scholarly paper and widely cited. So that is my first observation. Second, when we speak about systematic literature review or structured literature review, we have to combine that with certain framework. There are well-established framework, especially written by, again, Justin Paul, who is a editor of International Journal of Consumer Studies. He has given 3 very popular framework that we use in systematic literature review. One is TCCM, that stands for Theory, Context, Characteristics, and Methods. That will help you how to segregate your data. Now, the problem what I see in your literature, despite you have gone in a very scientific way, it has not led you to an informed themes. So TCCM by Justin Paul, I'm forgetting the year of publication, but it is, you can get that immediately. Another by the same author is ADO, that is Antecedent, Decision and Outcome, I guess. And SPAR4 also people use. What my recommendation is, if you want to improvise your work, certainly there is a lot of scope for improvement. You can try and look at these frameworks to synthesize, interpret your outcome. Now, from a search point of view, the feedback would be, what were the keywords for you to search on Scopus database?
And the keywords that I used were business, women, leadership, industry, waste. These were the basic keywords. And after that, when we were searching, we really did not find these keywords. Now, when you search for women in waste management, everywhere I could search, all women were only in NGOs. Women were only, even Dr. Almitra Patel, who is one of the leading waste management, or rather because of her, we have the solid waste management rules 2016. but everyone has only an NGO. No woman is in a waste management leading role like a Ramki or say Antony Waste Management. So when it comes to an industry, a woman doesn't run an industry in waste management. Every woman will be either a rag picker or an NGO or something on the social side. So it's not that women are not qualified to do that. The enough engineers are there, but why is that paradigm shift not happening? Why are women only running cottage industries? They're running small CSR, some activities they will do, but they are not coming as a leadership role in the environment field.
So I saw a gap in your keyword. Maybe you have to go back and re-look at your. Is this your seminal work? Is this your PhD work?
No, it's not my PhD work. My PhD work is in hotel industry.
Okay, if you have sufficient time and interest to spend in this space, maybe you may have to go back and visit some highly cited papers, see women role in maybe in the top management and refine your keyword, because in the table you got keywords or keyword plus acceptable or good. The reason those keywords were ambiguous. So if you purify the keywords, you'll be able to get better word cloud. I felt the word cloud and the co-citation. There is a co-reference where you see male, female, human clubbed together.
Yes, ma'am.
Because there is no identification of the players. So it happens when we use an ambiguous, a very generalized word. Women is a generalized word. You have to set the context to it. So my recommendation is maybe you refer some of the classic papers, extract insight and purify maybe women entrepreneurs, women in specific with a hyphen. Probably that might help you get a different word cloud. That was my observation. Reason it is more in a descriptive way. You can strengthen your paper, give much more meaningful insight with the existing research paper. For instance, number of citation from each article, each journal. We do not have information related to the quality of journal that you have listed. If you say 77 papers, so 77 papers are published in what journal? What is their impact factor? What is their site score? So that kind of information if you give, and in the last 25 years, which journal has published highest, where the trend is moving, what discipline is citing, and that kind of help you to give more critical, focused and specific recommendation. At the moment, the work is at a high level. It's not very critical, but there is a lot of scope for you to make it critical. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Rachna ma'am and Dr. Krupa Rai. With due respect, we would really appreciate the presenters to also be mindful of the time, since we have other presenters also left. So I repeat once again, the duration is for 7 minutes, and at 5 minutes, the warning bell will be rung. Over to you, Suyash Shinde.
Thank you so much. Now we invite Ms. Clancy Albuquerque, Mr. Rajiv Kamble, and Dr. Vichore. On their title for the presentation would be Integrating Positive Risk Management into Financial Literacy, Programs Impacts on Financial Empowerment and Copying Behaviors in Low Power Distance Contexts.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Please let us know so we can start the timer.
Okay, so I presume that you can hear me and I shall share my presentation.
Clancy, your voice is a bit low. If you can increase your volume.
Just a moment. Let me just do that.
Is it okay?
It's okay.
Kripa, is Clancy's voice fine?
Yeah, it's slightly feeble. If you can be a little louder, that would help.
Hello, check mic testing. Is this better? Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity and good afternoon, everyone. I will share my screen right now and please tell me if it's visible. Okay, so I am sharing my presentation.
Yeah, it's visible. So the countdown of 3.
Hello.
There is a lot of background noise over there.
Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay,
Miss Clancy, there is a lot of background noise over there.
Just a moment. Hello. I hope you can hear me clearly because now I can only see my shared screen.
Okay, on the countdown of 3, 2, 1.
All right. Okay. So, like the topic has already been mentioned, we're talking about positive risk management and financial literacy. The big question that we had is, most financial literacy programs they emphasize risk avoidance. But from the experience of working in the professional cultures, we have realized that risk is something that is not just to be avoided, but risk is something that needs to be leveraged. And accordingly, we've taken a study looking at three models, which I'll come to, but looking and studying people who are working in the PMI industry, certified project managers in India, and we asked them two major questions. What if financial literacy was paired with opportunity focused risk management? And especially also looking at environments wherein the low power distance environments, do these also foster autonomy when it comes to financial literacy and financial risk taking? So the question again is, how can we do more in financial literacy than just teach about budgeting? How can we empower people to thrive amidst uncertainty? Our research investigated by looking at three frameworks. We looked at the Lusardi and Mitchell's financial literacy model. We looked at Hofstede's cultural dimension, specifically at the power distance aspect, and we looked into the environment of positive risk management with the PMI framework. I will move quickly. All right. So, what is the context? So, like I said, from the various studies, we realized that financial literacy and risk-taking behaviors. Okay, there is definitely a connection, and cultures, do affect the cultural context. Do affect. So, these are what the various studies are saying. That from Hilson, from the PMI framework, also saying that the resilience and decision making is enhanced, in a positive risk environment. So looking at these, we addressed the gaps, and we understood that most individuals lack financial literacy, and this affects them to make decisions. And not only does it affect them to make decisions, they do not even get into the area of positive risk and that influence. Um, Putting this together, we did a study, and this is the framework. I'm just showing this once again. We had certain keywords and key terms which are part of this theoretical framework, which is literacy, of course. We're looking at empowerment, we're looking at cultural adaptation, coping behavior, and PRM. Our hypothesis ties up with our objectives, and our objective is to look at the influences of each on the other, to analyze the cultural adaptation, to evaluate these coping behaviors, to make an assessment in terms of positive risk, yeah, and to identify if we can see anything new. So this is the gap that we addressed. So I will move quickly. This is our research model. This is the research model. Again, we have taken these three aspects, these three models, and we have worked over it. And in the interest of time, I will move much quicker. Okay, our research model, which is showing how the integration of this has happened. And yeah, so at the moment, what I'll do is I'll hand over to my colleague Rajiv, who will take you through the analysis section. Rajiv, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kansi. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes. So we use Slovin's formula to reach to the correct sample size. The overall certified PMI project managers are 70,000. So once we use the formula, we reach the adequate sample size was to be 156 persons. Next slide. The data analysis had a very structured approach. We started with data normality, understood data has enough variance. Then we went to the KMO measure, where understood the sampling adequacy is enough or not. The test successfully passed. The Cronbach alpha was used to validate the questionnaires, and the Cronbach alpha ranged from 0.8 to 0.9. That proved that the validity assessments were at least at par. Then the reliability test was used using Cohen's kappa. So we sent the questionnaires to the experts and took their opinion and understood if the reliability test was or the face value of the questionnaires were correct. So they again range from 0.8 to 0.9, which shows substantial agreements between the experts. And then finally, content validity issue was used using logic method, which again used for CEVAR and then the AVR computations, which was between 0.8 to 0.9. Yes, this is more of the composite reliability test, which we did for AV, the maximum shared variance, and then finally the least square method. So, Nancy, can you just mute for one moment? Nancy, can you mute? A lot of background noise.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Okay. All right. Next slide. Thank you. So next was basically the validity test, where we could actually find out the square root of AV was greater than MSV, which actually proved the reliability of the composite validity here. And then the hypothesis basically were left to proving by structure equation modeling. Next slide. This is the outcome of the SEM analysis what we did. So what you see is the TLI and CFI above 9. That means actually the hypothesis basically were fitting the model and were also proved. On the right hand side, you can see the direct relationships were in the respectable or agreeable ranges. That proves the hypothesis, or also again indicating the good fit for the model. And the CFI indicates as well the model is like in the acceptable range, so it's a good model fit. Next slide. This is the outcome for the SEM test what we did. Thank you. Next slide. Back to you, Clancy. Thank you. Clancy, you're muted. Double muted, possibly.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Can you hear me? Thank you. All right. So what does this imply in simple terms? It does say that financial literacy must evolve. It must include a positive risk thinking mindset. We have to go beyond the aspects of simple budgeting.
Ms. Clancy, please move forward.
Yeah, I'm in the conclusions. Culturally tailored programs are very important. We in low power distance workplaces, it is very important that we look at risk as an opportunity and not a threat. And people who are empowered, they cope better, they build better, they decide better, and they also build resilience. So I will conclude at this point. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clancy and Mr. Rajiv. We move forward to Ms. Krupa Rai.
Thank you so much. It's a wonderful presentation. I have referred to your article, the complete article. Clean problem statement, very clean research question, very well drafted hypothesis. Out of curiosity, my question is, when we speak about low power culture and you bring in one dependent variable as coping mechanism. Now, my curiosity is with reference to Hofstede's cultural dimension model. When we speak about low power distance, how that has a natural implication towards uncertainty or certainty behavior. When we speak low power distance, do they look for certainty or do they look for uncertainty?
Yeah, so in low power distance, the propensity is that there is more openness, there is a feeling of comfort, and people are more open and already engaged. So there is less uncertainty. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, it's less uncertain, and this also leads the they are more individualistic and short term. So my curiosity is, when these traits are observed, though you say your sample are PMI certified managers whom you want to assess, who are already working in a low power distance, irrespective, be it an Indian geography, which is unlikely for us. We are high power distance society. Now this kind of contradicts the two environment. And how do you contextualize the whole coping mechanism or coping behavior, because it is your dependent variable. You're interpreting everything, your financial literacy in the form of leverage as a coping behavior. I feel conceptually they are contradicting.
Ma'am, I'm not really sure that I can say that we are, high powered, because in the context of where we are working, we've done this study. Uh, we are talking of specific groups of people that we are working, which is low powered. So we have analyzed that, and accordingly we have done it. We have, we've looked at subcultures. Yeah, so that's the first part. So I am sure that when we did this, we specifically looked at the context of the people and where they are located, because we definitely work in an environment. For us, it's, it's low power distance. Yeah, the second part I will give to Rajiv to answer.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible again.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I think this is a good observation, ma'am. This was basically, in fact, the initial argument point between me and Glancy, how exactly the power contexts are fitting into the risk management part of it. If I really see it from the project management perspective as a IT project manager, when I'm working with the cross-cultural barriers, the power contexts really are visible immaculately. And that's where basically the next negotiation came from the lead author, was about understanding that as a culture, maybe we look at the power context to be high power index, but when we are working as basically the subordinates or intercultural multinational companies, which typically these IT project managers are, the power context actually flips the side, and that's where basically the answer of the paper really lies into. So it's actually a transition. Maybe as a culture we are high power, but when we are at a subordinate role, the paper actually focuses on how the transition happens, and then the lens for the financial literacy, why basically we are only limiting us to budgeting and not really moving forward. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that definitely answers, because that's what was contradicting in my head.
Yeah.
Reason one, as individuals, we are culturally wired, and you have brought in this sub environment of low power distance to who are a set of people who are operating. Coping behavior was also a very interesting outcome variable that you have identified. Now, one recommendation when I'm reading as an outsider, let's say I'm not into your storyline, as a layman, when we're reading, there are some reading anchors perhaps you can introduce just in a phrasing. It's just a very minor correction. Maybe you can try and emphasize on the whole risk leverage context more strongly. That is not coming out when I'm reading as a third person. You are very much into your story, but I'm very new to your story. So you're not taking your reader along with your story. Maybe giving some good reading anchoring perhaps will help recognize your notion better. So that there is little bit of reading and understanding lapse that is happening. It's nothing to do with research or the setup of research. It's more to do with the articulation and communication part. That is one observation, because I feel leverage word, risk leverage word is also very strong contribution. It can be a beautiful contribution through your paper. True that we look at financial literacy more as a risk avoidance, but then you are trying to emphasize completely an opposite point of view of risk approach. So try and use and emphasize that strength of your paper. Second, gaps and opportunities, the way you have cited financial literacy, there is a research gap. My recommendation is also support that with your citation and reference. We don't see the citation and reference there. That would help more, probably. And the next is emphasizing on why did you choose the selected model, because it's very over ambitious promise of including a well-developed 4 models, and then you're combining maybe that literature strength is required, but otherwise very clean. It's a very clean work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kripa. So we didn't introduce ourselves, but I'm working in the field of women empowerment and financial literacy. Rajiv is a PMI expert. So we have taken our expertise and we've put it together. We've found a gap and we went for it. But thank you so much for your input. It really helps us a lot.
I'm just looking from a reviewer's point of view. There's some reasons why they reject papers or accept papers. So that's all.
Absolutely.
Really hope to see your paper published. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Glency, ma'am, can you please stop? Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. Our next presentee will be Miss Bhagyashree Tripathi and Dr. Sanjeev Thakur. And the title for their presentation will be An Exploratory Study on the Apparel Buying Behavior of Women in Urban Maharashtra, Implication for Empowering the Indian Retail Sector. And presenter after that will be Mr. Director Ravindra De. So, sir, please be ready with your presentation.
Can I share the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Bhagyashree, ma'am, your screen is not visible.
Actually, I'm facing some issue in sharing my PPT. Just a second. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yes. Okay. Can I go ahead with the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. The timer will start it in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Myself is Bhagyashree Tripathi. I am a research scholar at Alkesh Dinesh Modi Institute for Financial and Management Studies. Today, I'll be presenting for Mr. Sanjeev Thakur as well as myself. My topic is an exploratory study on the apparel buying behavior of women in urban Maharashtra, implications which will be for empowering the Indian retail sector. So my study will basically investigate how the urban women in Maharashtra, especially in cities like Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, what makes their apparel buying behavior decisions. My study, which is there, is completely based on secondary data. I have taken the data from journals, Scopus-based journal, Web of Science, as well as peer-reviewed journals, various reports which are there. And from that, I have tried to identify the key factors such as personalization, affordability, brand trust, online convenience, which are there, and cultural factors which influence women. Also, I have given suggestion to various retailers, policymakers, and marketers that how they can engage the women audience which is there for apparel buying decisions. Okay. So the Indian market which is there when it comes to apparel, it is being growing, and it is seen that in the year 2025 there will be a growth of USD 100 billion which is there. And the major reason for these growth is the rising income which is there, as well as the digital growth which we have seen. So when it comes to my study, I have specifically taken data from the year 2001 to 2025. because I think that much of the digital growth which is there, as well as the globalization which is there, has taken place in this time frame. So that is the reason I have taken data from 2001 to 2005, because when I was going through, I thought that the data before 2001 was outdated. So while going through the papers, I went around 45 papers, but I only took into consideration 18 papers, that because it aligned with my topic which is there. Uh, just a second. Yes. So these are the research objectives. I am trying to explore various factors such as psychological factors, economic factors, social factors, cultural factors, how they influence the buying behavior of women. Also, I am trying to understand how digital platforms have impact females for their buying behavior decisions, and how the apparel is also one of the symbol uh, of empowerment which is there. So this is one thing which I have studied. Also, I have studied how these implications will have an effect on both the organized as well as unorganized retail sectors. And I have also tried to give various suggestions on it. Okay, so my study, since it is completely secondary based study, so it is an exploratory study. Qualitative approach has been used for my study, and I have also studied two consumer behavior analysis, two frame which I've used in my framework. Two theories which I have been using in my framework, that is of Engel, Blackwood, Menard, and Maslow need hierarchy theory. Okay, and these are the sources which I have taken. Various journals, McKinsey data which is there, a census of 2011 data was taken, and various fashion aggregators. Now my study is completely on tier 1 and tier 2 urban, which make them urban cities of Maharashtra. I have not focused on tier 3 and tier 4. I have shown that in my gap analysis. This is my conceptual framework, where it shows that how psychological needs such as self concept, fashion involvement, attitude, how it has an impact on women buying behavior. Then I have seen how social factors such as peer influence, such as our family, our friends, and workplace which is there, how they impact our buying decisions. Then I have seen how various economic factors, such as disposable income, financial independence, discount, how they have an impact on the buying behavior of women. And how culture, which is that traditional occasions, various festive seasons which are there, regional trends which are there, they have an impact on buying decisions of women. And in the recent time, how technology has impact the buying behavior of women, such as mobile apps which are there, online convenience which is there, where we can do 24 hours, any time of the day we can shop from anywhere. Also we have cash on delivery options which are available. So this area I have studied in the technological aspect. These are my key themes in my key findings, which is there, where I studied age and lifestyle segment. So I found that the Gen Z which is there, they prefer more of like western clothes which are there. When it comes to middle-aged women, they are preferring more formal or something which is more ethnic when it comes to the market in urban Maharashtra. While studying the e-commerce and digital influence, I did find that there are a lot of people who are influenced by virtual trying options which are there, and influencers who are there. They also have a impact on the people which is there, the female consumers who are there. Then in the third aspect, the brand preference which are there, it was seen that most of the people, especially in Mumbai, when it comes to Mumbai, people prefer brand like H&M which is there, Zara which is there. Also some people, when it comes to affordability, they would prefer a brand like Zudio. When it comes to online platform, they are preferring Misho when it comes to affordability. Also a lot of consumers go through the review. Female consumers go towards the review before making a purchase decision. Further, I have studied that in today's time, apparel has also become a, a a show where people, female who are there, it is a way of identifying themselves. Like when it comes to working women, uh, apparel is something which shows their professionalism. When it comes to female students who are there, their apparel is an identity, self identity, or even it shows the confidence of the person. Okay, and in regional nuance, I have studied that when it comes to Mumbai,
Sorry,
people are, yes, people
sorry
are
to
very,
interrupt.
yes.
Can you please come to the conclusion?
Yes, I'll come to the conclusion. These are my suggestions for the Indian retailers, marketers, and policymakers. Where age literacy region, for marketers, when it comes, they have to go towards emotional campaigns which are there, and policymakers have to work towards skill development and bridge the gap which is there between urban and rural. And this is my conclusion. In my conclusion, I would like to say that the urban women who are there, they are the ones who are shaping the apparel industry. Not just It is not just about spending, but it is today also become a way of identity and empowerment. Also, the findings which are there, they were qualitative in nature, so I have not used any statistical data which is there. And also my study has the limitations which are there. I have not studied the rural India which is there. I have only taken into consideration the urban Maharashtra which is there, urban Maharashtra which is there. So this can be a part of the
Conclude, ma'am.
future study. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhagyashree ma'am.
Yes.
Over to you, Krupa ma'am, for Q&A session.
Just a second.
Thank you so much, Bhagyashree.
Yes.
There are a couple of observations that might help you restructure your work.
Yes.
What I feel is a lot of broad topics at multiple levels.
Right. Okay.
So that's where things sometimes gets very difficult to comprehend, and then leading to some meaningful recommendation. For instance, if you can just present your slide, the title, I can read out the title.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second. I'll present it again.
So you have mentioned an exploratory study on the apparel buying behavior. Apparel buying behavior, okay, apparel is one category that is understood. Buying behavior of women in urban Maharashtra, buying behavior in itself is a vast area in consumer behavior. Behavior can be broken down into different as preference, as purchase intention, or purchase decision making, perception. So these are subtopics. You can go in detail to talk about how women are buying in urban Maharashtra. That kind of guides you under apparel. What is it? What is this? What is the line of thought that goes behind the entire consumer journey as a woman? So that is my first observation. You can try and relook at it. Second, you have mentioned implications for empowering the Indian retail sector. I feel these are all very ambitious words to be used in the title, in a research paper title.
Okay.
You have to be careful when we say exploratory, it cannot lead to an implication.
Okay.
Because the problem, the space in itself you are exploring, it doesn't imply anything, or maybe we haven't reached in our investigation to that stage where we can say that it implies something. So you can relook at all those terminology that you have used. Empowering is again an ambitious word to speak for the entire sector only by one category, and that to exploring. So first feedback is be very careful, cautious how you phrase your title, because that's the first point of observation. Next, I'm a little curious to know, in your paper I came across conceptual framework and an analytical framework. If you can give a little bit of understanding, why did you do that? What it means? Maybe it would help me relook at your paper.
Ma'am, when it comes to the framework which is there, I had used two framework, the Angle Blackwell Minard framework and the Maslow need hierarchy theory. So both the theories, one theory is based on the consumer buying behavior, how the entire process of consumer buying behavior. And when it comes to Maslow's theory, there I had understood the factors such as like the physiological needs which are there, safety needs which are there, then peers needs which are there, the relationship we share with our friends, and also that is the reason I had taken these two theories into consideration.
Okay, so I think it's a nomenclature and articulation issue. What I recommend you is use these theories perhaps if you find them appropriate. However, for people, I generally don't recommend using multiple theories and multiple model. Be careful with one or two contradicting or supporting. In your case, do not put that as analytical framework. What you're supposed to do is use them in your literature review. When you read scholarly paper, in your write-up also, recommendation is please go through the guidelines of APA, that is American Psychologists Association. That guideline would help you how to frame your work. We generally don't write in parentheses as scopus. That's not the typical academics type of writing. So that is one. And the second is when you speak about secondary research, do not say okay, secondary research and qualitative. That's again not in practice. Secondary research, you can just simply speak in terms of literature review, do an extensive literature review, use a bibliometric or a cue card, whatever is comfortable. You cannot arrive at themes through the qualitative. So there is this fundamental gap. We'll get there by reading. So I only recommend just the fundamental, a little bit of reading. One reading I can suggest, Theoretical and Conceptual Framework by Charles Worth. You will look for conceptual and theoretical framework, type. It will lead to a Charles Worth link that help you understand what it means. Otherwise, a good attempt. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'll take into consideration, ma'am. Thank you so much, all the suggestions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kruparai, for your valuable feedback. Now we invite Dr. Ravindra Dey to present his papers on the title Influence of Leadership Effectiveness on Job Satisfaction and Job Retention.
I just wanted to check, am I audible and clear?
Yes, you are.
And how much time do I have for the presentation?
7 minutes.
7 minutes. Thank you so much.
And before we proceed, I would like to request to Mr. Parth Laijawala and Mr. Manish Gupta to please be ready.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ravindra Dey, and I'm presenting a paper titled Influence of Leadership Effectiveness on Job Satisfaction and Job Retention. This is going to be the flow of my presentation. When I came across this conference theme, I was trying to think from the perspective of how can I, write this paper from the HR perspective. And that's where, I did some study and, this is what I came across. So Atmanirbhar Bharat relies on sustainable development driven by a skilled, motivated workforce, and effective leadership will enhance the job satisfaction and job retention, fostering innovation and productivity. And that's why it is important to see in terms of how leadership can impact the job satisfaction and job retention. So leadership effectiveness, obviously everybody knows, plays a very pivotal role in shaping employees' experience and outcome in today's competitive work environment. Leaders inspire, motivate, and create meaningful work engagement, fostering better retention and job satisfaction. Now, these two elements, job satisfaction and job retention, are interdependent constructs, influenced significantly by the leader's behavior and approach. This is the study which will examine leadership effectiveness, which will directly impact these two critical employee metrics, that is job satisfaction and job retention. Why did I, thought of doing this particular thing, or what is the problem statement for this particular study? Despite offering flexible schedules and incentives, many organizations still face high employee turnover. We have been looking at, work from home becoming a norm, but still, we don't have that kind of job satisfaction and retention among the employees. Superficial benefits do not address the root cause of the employee disengagement, such as poor leadership or lack of growth. So leadership effectiveness plays a very important role. This study will explore how leadership directly influences job satisfaction and job recommendation. And these are the objective of the study, trying to understand the relationship between leadership effectiveness and job satisfaction, leadership effectiveness and job retention, try to analyze the different dimensions of leadership effectiveness and so on. There are some research questions which I came across before starting this particular work. Then I did, literature review, trying to understand what has been written in terms of leadership effectiveness, what has been written about job satisfaction, what has been written about the relationship between leadership effectiveness and job satisfaction, what has been written about leadership effectiveness and job retention. Then I went about doing this particular research, and basically this is a quantitative approach, and the data was collected from 126 respondents, and it was a 5-point Likert scale, and the analysis was done by SPSS. These were the 3 instruments which was being used: leadership effectiveness scale, job satisfaction instrument, job retention instrument. The total items were about 48 statements. That's where the 2 hypotheses. Hypothesis 1, there is a significant positive relationship between leadership effectiveness and job satisfaction. And the second hypothesis is there is a significant positive relationship between leadership effectiveness and job retention. So as I said, the data was collected for the instrument through Google Forms, and we had tried to capture and do the analysis using the SPSS and so on. So I'll directly come to in terms of the analysis, finding, and discussion. So the reliability and the validity was being done for this particular study, and for all the 48 items, the reliability came across 0.939, which possibly indicates that there is a high reliability. In terms of the descriptive statistics, if you see job satisfaction, job retention, and leadership effectiveness, the result indicates that participants generally reported moderate to high level of job satisfaction, job retention, intention, and perceived leadership effectiveness, with all means above the midpoint of the scale. Now, coming across in terms of the main finding of this particular study, if I look at the correlation analysis, there is a strong positive correlation between leadership effectiveness and job satisfaction, and there is a strong correlation between leadership effectiveness and job retention. Further, to try and see if there is, can we predict job satisfaction and job retention basis leadership effectiveness, I did this regression analysis, and the regression analysis demonstrated that leadership effectiveness significantly predicts both job satisfaction and job retention, explaining approximately 41% of the variance in each outcome variable. So this is what has been. Now, maybe a minute or so I'll take in terms of, the results and the discussion. So leadership has a dual impact. It boosts satisfaction and prevents attrition. Effective leadership creates a trust-based, engaged environment aligning with social action theory. These findings make the case for definitely treating leadership development as an essential HR infrastructure. When we also talk about sustainable development, job satisfaction and retention foster stable, motivated workforce, reducing turnover and enhancing productivity. This directly supports SDG goal number 8, decent work and economic growth, by promoting fair employment, sustainable livelihood, and inclusive economic progress. Practical implication, these findings have been significant leadership development priority, comprehensive training program, selection, promotion criteria. The organization needs to be a little more mindful in terms of, how all these things plays a very important role in terms of job satisfaction and job retention. Some of the recommendation is like, implementing 360-degree feedback, mentoring and coaching program, communication enhancement, ethical leadership emphasis. All these things will ultimately enhance the leadership effectiveness of the leader, and thereby you will get the job satisfaction and job retention. There is some limitation in terms of the size, in terms of the industry specific. I focused only on banking, private company, NBFCs, and so on. So obviously it can be increased, but maybe you can say this was a sample particular pilot study which was being done in this particular area. There are certain aspects which I thought can be areas where future research can be done basis this particular aspect. The last slide, leadership effectiveness significantly impacts job satisfaction and retention. Findings empowers organization shift focus from work to people management. A leader's ability to communicate, empathize, and act ethically has tangible outcome. So in short, it's very important to focus on leadership effectiveness to ensure that people are motivated and happy and stay within the company. These are my references, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, Dr. Kripalani.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Beautiful presentation, clean, crisp, structured. A couple of observations, although I do not come from HR background, but leadership is something we all can relate. My only curiosity is when you speak about leadership, and I went through your literature, there was one passage, paragraph you introduced about authentic leadership. So is that an intentional passage, or was that the context you wanted to give? That clarity did not happen.
Yeah, so leadership has been defined in different manners by different authors, and different models have been written. So I took that as one of the model to understand in terms of the leadership and then carry out that particular study. So that was the base for understanding the characteristics for the leadership.
Okay. So as a reader, I felt that could have been little more elaborate. I know
Sure,
it's
ma'am.
maybe an extended proceeding. If you want to extend this as a full paper, there's a lot of
Yes.
opportunity. You can introduce authentic leadership.
Yes.
And time and again, the paper sort of emphasizes on the effectiveness of leadership and then its impact and the influence on the job satisfaction. Maybe you can try and look at reflective leadership theory. That when I was reading your work, I was kind of trying to do a research on contemporary theories and how that perhaps can help your entire structuring. So emphasizing on a particular leadership and then how that results in a particular behavior to a set sample. Maybe your sample is in a private bank, or you did mention that in a part of limitation, but we have to generalize. Then what is it that would work, would give more weightage and strengthen the proposition for any publication or maybe for any reader, irrespective of their domain. That's where I felt a little bit of gap, a little bit of improvement required. But otherwise, fairly done. Again, the only recommendation is a little go deeper into the type of leadership and then try and see the other nuances. Otherwise, at a high level, it feels we are stating the obvious. So then what is the contribution? So
Absolutely.
it goes unanswered. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next presenter will be Ms. Parth Laijawala and Mr. Manish Gupta. And the title for the presentation will be Forecasting Daily Potato Price in Mumbai Mandi Using Statistical and Machine Learning Techniques. And I also request Ms. M. Ananya Prabhu, Ms. Sanika Valve, Ms. Shravya Shetty, and Ms. Vanshita Agarwal to be ready for their presentation.
And your countdown starts in 3, 2, 1.
Mr. Parth, we are unable to hear you.
Hello. Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Yeah.
We are restarting the countdown and it begins in 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
So good afternoon to the session chair, faculty members and the fellow researchers. I am Parth Laijawala presenting this research in collaboration with my co-author Mr. Manish Gupta. Our paper titled Forecasting Daily Potato Prices in Mumbai Mandi Using Statistical and Machine Learning Techniques. This project was developed as a part of my internship at HDFC Bank's Analytics Department. I sincerely thank the organizing committee and DSIMS and DHS for providing us this opportunity to show our research. So to give context to our study, let's begin with the introduction. Just a second. Yeah. So now is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So food security remains a serious challenge in India, with the country ranking 68 out of the 100 countries, despite being a major agricultural economy. it is one of the worst performers, but we often compare ourselves with the weaker and less developed nations to get false happiness. But the reality is that India ranks 80th on the affordability pillar of the food security according to GFSI. So in this context of our reason to forecast potato prices is that potato is one of the key crops in India and significantly contributes to food security because they are affordable, available and available around the year, and they are grown in many areas. So it becomes a staple food for the low income households. Potatoes are also a good source of nutrition and have a short cultivation cycle of around 70 to 120 days, making them a valuable crop to both consumers and producers. Therefore, accurate price forecasting helps farmers make informed harvesting, storage, and selling decisions. It also helps regulators to stabilize markets through timely intervention. It helps the bankers and investors to manage risk associated with agri loans and investments. Just like an accurate weather forecasting model, if we can make an ideal price forecasting model, then it can help India become Atmanirbhar Bharat by helping all the stakeholders and contributing to the bigger umbrella, that is the food security. So moving on towards our research objectives, the main aim of our research is to develop a reliable model that can forecast the daily wholesale potato prices for the Vashi APMC market, using the past data. To ensure robust insights, we compare two broad modeling approaches, that is statistical models like Sarima and Profit, and machine learning models like XGBoost and LightGBM to understand which technique offers better results. And for that purpose, our data source is the National Horticulture Board, which provides all daily mandi level prices data for horticultural crops across all Indian states. So moving on to the forecasting models applied. So we have applied two well-established statistical models. First is the Profit, which is developed by Facebook and is designed for forecasting time series data with strong seasonal patterns and missing data. It decomposes the time series into four components. First is the trend, represented by GT, seasonality represented by ST, holiday or events denoted by HT, and error terms or noise denoted by ET. Then second model is Sarima. It is built on the Arima and is suitable for data with trend and seasonality. Sarima uses past values and seasonal patterns mathematically to forecast future prices. Now, moving on to the machine learning models used for forecasting. The first is the XGBoost. XGBoost is a powerful model that builds multiple decision trees, one after the another. So, and the final prediction is the sum of the predictions from multiple trees. And the next is LightGBM. LightGBM is similar to XGBoost, but is faster and more efficient. The prediction is updated step by step, with each new tree improving the previous one slightly. So as we have used 4 different models, and to test the accuracy and performance of each model, we have used these 3 widely accepted evaluation metrics. Now, let's look at how each model actually performed. So in real-world forecasting, we divided the data into training and testing period. The data from 1st January 2021 to 31st December 2023 was used to train the model, while the data from 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024 was used as the testing period. So the models were trained for 3 full calendar years to learn the patterns, seasonality, and trends of the historical data, and then it was used to predict the daily potato prices for year 2024. We then compared these predicted price values against the actual 2024 prices using the evaluation metrics to assess each model's performance, which is summarized in this table in this slide. So as you can see from the table, that LightGBM consistently delivered the better predictions and had lower evaluation metrics across all the 3 metrics. It resulted in a May of rupees 279 rupees per quintal, showing that on average the predictions were off by rupees 279 from the actual prices. Second, it's the RMSE of rupees 362 per quintal showed that there are some predictions with substantial deviations from the actual prices. Then MAPE indicated that on average the model's predictions are off by 11.90% from the actual values, which is still a moderate accuracy and better as compared to others. So XGBoost also performed well, showing competitive results, but its errors are slightly higher than LightGBM. But on the other hand, if you look at the statistical models like Sarima and Profit, they showed significantly higher error values. This indicates their limited ability to capture non-linear and volatile nature of the daily agriculture market. Now let's look at the actual versus predicted price graph for each model. So on the left, as we can see, it is the profit model. The black line denotes the actual prices of 2024, and the blue line denotes the predicted prices with the upper and lower confidence. It can clearly see that the model has underfitted, even though the confidence interval grows on improving. But in the SARIMA also, the similar case can be seen that the models have underfitted, and even considering the what we say, the confidence interval of 85 and 90%, it is not apt. Then comes the models, ML models, the XGBoost versus Light GBM. You can directly see in the first 6 months, they have been very much able to compare the slides, compare the match up with the actual prices. But in the later half, due to the higher volatility and spikes in the prices, they have not been able to capture really the markets and have been underfitted. So in conclusions, I would like to say that the study has met both the research objectives. First, by successfully training the testing forecasting models and predicting the future prices. And second, by showing them that machine learning models, especially Light GBM, provide superior accuracy over statistical models. But findings also highlighted a broad concern for the global surface temperature records that are contributing to greater volatility, and there is a need for adaptive forecasting model. And for that, moving on towards the limitations of our model, the project, the limitations are that we have used the limited feature scope. Like,
Sorry to interrupt. Thank you so much. Can you please conclude?
Yeah, so just to conclude, I would like to say that agricultural prices are also affected by rainfall, climate change, temperature, and daily price transportation data. So for that sake we have not used right now due to data unavailability, and the prices, the models also learn on more larger data set. So if we can get the data for more than before 2020 as well, because that was a COVID period, we can train a future scope of research could be we can train the models on a larger data set, and then also use temperature, rainfall as this. So these are few of the references which I have used, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parth. Over to you, Krupa ma'am.
Thank you, Parth. First, before I even share my observation, let me admit that I'm not an expert in the area of statistical or machine learning modeling. So I was listening to you as somebody who would like to learn from such kind of modeling. What I could learn through your write-up was you wanted to show how traditional model or the advanced models are outperforming the traditional methods like Profit or SARIMA. That was very clearly written, very clearly articulated. One observation: whenever you show any kind of chart sources, do mention below where it is published. So something that I could not see in your presentation. So it gave me a lapse that your data set ended by your observation, industry observation ended till 2021. So that kind of, if you give the source, you make it very explicit, as a reader, it is easy for us to understand. In terms of your entire write-up, the research paper, very neat, clean work, extensive work, I must say, and too technical. I'm not sure which kind of journal you all are aiming. Maybe it is operations journal, very well suited. Honestly, I don't think I'm the right person to make any kind of evaluation for your work. But whatever little I've understood, good job, clean, and yes, educating and informative. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kruparai, for your valuable feedback.
Thank you, Krupa, for your valuable feedback.
Thank you. He was my former colleague. If you remember, I think 2013 you were with KJSN. I do remember, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. As we move forward, this will be the last presentation. I would now like you to invite Ms. M. Ananya Prabhu, Ms. Sanika Valve, Ms. Shravya Shetty, and Ms. Vanshita Agarwal to present their paper on the title, The Impact of Technology on Work-Life Balance, a Study in Mumbai City.
Good evening, everyone. So we will be taken the topic, the impact of technology on work-life balance, study in Mumbai city. So basically, here the work-life balance means you're maintaining a healthy division that is between the professional responsibilities and the personal life, together which with the rapid digitization that is happening today, there is a 24/7 connectivity, and there is a cultural platforms and the remote work that is being taking place. So basically, there are so many positive impact of technology and work-life balance as well. If I speak, there is a increasing of productivity between the employees, like tools like the cloud platform and automation and everything is taking place right now. Remote work and flexible work, as you said, after 2020, after post-COVID, people are demanding more for remote work culture and are finding it very easier not to commute uh, and do their work more productively. And then there is a negative impact wherein so much of overload informations and frequent contact notifications and also unrealistic deadlines expectation which has been kept by the companies. So because of which there's a negative impact and there is a lot of mental breakdown where they are not able to focus on more of multitasking. So that is one of the main reasons for this. And over to you, Shabir.
Thank you, Ananya. So, the main objective of our study was to explore how technology is reshaping the work life balance, particularly in cities like Mumbai. So, we had three clear objectives. First, to how remote working and digital communication and flexible schedules are changing the way people are managing their personal and professional life. Secondly, to analyze how these shifts are affecting employee well being, productivity, job satisfaction, and stress level. Thirdly, to identify effective strategies for using technology in a way that enhances and balance rather than causing a burnout. Because in this current digital era of being constantly connected is common, but not always healthy. We wanted to study whether technology is a true enhancer or just another pressure point. So, how organizations and individuals can be smarter and make a mindful use of it. Over to you, Vanshika.
So in this study, we have used both primary and secondary data to understand the impact of technology on the work-life balance. We have collected the primary data through a structured questionnaire using Google Forms. The responses were collected using random sampling. Our research design is descriptive.
Your voice is not clear. Your voice is not clear.
Okay. In this study, we have used both primary and secondary.
Vanshika, actually your voice is breaking in between. So can you please check, can you pause that, right? Can you please check your connectivity once?
Am I audible now?
You are audible, but your voice is lagging at the end. If you can come closer to the mic. Vanshika, can you please continue?
So in this study, we have used both primary and secondary data to understand the impact of technology on the work-life balance. We have collected primary data through a structured questionnaire using Google Forms. The responses were collected from 130 individuals residing in Mumbai using random sampling. Our research design is descriptive, which means that we have aimed to describe the current situation and behavior patterns without trying to predict any outcomes. For the secondary research, we refer to the published research papers, government website, educational portal like Shodh Ganga and other trusted websites. This helped us to support not only our findings, but also gave us an elevated and broader context as to how technology will impact and influence people's work and personal life. Together, both type of data give us a complete and a realistic picture of the topic.
So I'll be talking about data analysis and interpretation. So basically, the usage of internet at home and work. From the graph, you can see that 61% people are using more of technologies in their workplaces. Remaining 26% people are using at least like several times a day. And there are still 9% to 10% people who are not even using, not even at once. So then if you see the perceived impact of new technology on productivity. So productivity, if you see, people tell that 40% people, they feel that there is only a moderate improvement, wherein 30% people, they feel that there are only slight improvement, and 20 or 30% people, they don't even feel any improvement on the technology at all. Over to you, Sanika.
So the findings of our study shows that technology by communication has improved. Collaboration and communication has improved with the tools like Zoom and Google Meet. Remote work and flexible schedules offer greater freedom to balance the work and personal life.
Your
Overall job
voice is not
satisfaction.
clear. We can't hear you properly.
So can you hear us right now?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Stand any one of you present. Otherwise, we cannot hear you well.
Okay, so the findings have the findings of our study shows that technology has boosted productivity among employees. Communication and collaborations has improved through Zoom calls and Google Meets. Overall job satisfaction and engagement has improved. However, constant connectivity can cause stress and blur the line between work balance and personal life.
Now, coming on to limitations, firstly, our sample was focused on Mumbai, which is a well-developed and corporate environment. The findings might not reflect the reality of the people of semi-urban or rural areas. Secondly, the study mainly covered remote work and communication code. We did not cover the broader concepts like AI and automation. Thirdly, it is a survey-based research. So there is a chance of response bias because sometimes people overstate or understate their experience. Since we have only 130 respondents, so this will not justify the entire research population. Over to you.
Okay, so on the conclusion, I would say that organizations have already implemented the policies like no mails after 7 p.m. Also, they should encourage flexible working policies that can help support individual needs. Lastly, invest in continuous learning of employees can adapt in tech changes without feeling overwhelmed.
So we recommend that organizations should regularly monitor how technology is affecting their employees' well-being. This will help them in identifying the problem at the earliest and making improvement whenever required. It is also important to understand that technology has a dual impact. On one hand, it improves flexibility, then also helps in working remotely and also increases the productivity. But on the other hand, it can lead to stress, long working hours, and less personal
Thank you so
time.
much. So sorry to interrupt. Please
Not managed
conclude.
properly. Yeah. So at last, I would like to say that in the context of Atmanirbhar Bharat, our research
Please conclude. Thank you.
Vanshika, the time is up. We would request you to conclude your presentation in one line.
So it is also independent institution, but for this self-reliance, should be really important to create systems that support mental health and balance digital usage. Thank you. Now we are open for questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would now request Dr. Krupa Rai to take over.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's always pleasure to watch students present their work. So, very good attempt. But let me give you a few quick tips. In your write-up, you have mentioned that this essay will be analyzing. So I'm reading it from a point of view of essay. Is that an essay or a research paper? What is it?
Tell them that they're mute. You're mute.
Paper.
Okay. So correction, when you write, you mention it is a research paper. So that's one. Very well done at a contemporary topic. My recommendation is instead of looking from work-life balance, we can also try and see work-life synchronization or work-life integration. Now, this is the approach that a workplace is trying to look at. When you speak about your sample, you have mentioned random sampling. Now, whenever you speak random sampling, ensure that you have a population list. So I don't see it's a random sampling. It should have been a convenient sampling. So that is another correction. But what I really appreciate from you as a student of master's program and then trying your best to submit your work is very clean write-up in terms of literature. So whichever faculty has guided you, please convey my regards to them. They've guided you right in terms of writing literature, where a lot of people go wrong. So kudos to you and the faculty who has helped you. A little bit of baby work that is needed. One is in terms of knowing the contemporary assessment. Second is who are your sample. The way you are trying to give your recommendation, your sample should have been HR people who are dealing with employee engagement, dealing with HR policy, not the employees themselves. So there was a gap, but very well done. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Krupa ma'am.
Yes.
Now there's one presenter left, which is Dr. Urvi Pillai and Dr. Rajendra Patil. But since we can see Dr. Rajendra Patil being present in the Zoom meeting, I would like to ask Dr. Rajendra Patil if he is ready to present his present, or should we conclude the session? Dr. Rajendra Patil, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes,
Hello. Actually, I'm traveling, but just I want to listen the papers. I'm listening, but I could not present. Sorry for that. Hello.
No worries, sir. No worries, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your wonderful research work. We now come on the summarization of research presentation by Mr. Manish Gupta, our co-convener. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Suman. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'll begin with the summarization report. So, for building Atmanirbhar Bharat strategies for sustainable development conference theme, I'll be presenting the summarization for the key themes and findings from the research papers presented. So the papers collectively explored various facets of India's self-reliance initiative, focusing on its impact across different sectors and offering strategies for sustainable development. So the conference papers highlighted several interconnected themes which are crucial to the Atmanirbhar Bharat vision. So, for example, digital transformation and financial inclusion, sustainable development and green initiatives, consumer behavior and market dynamics, organizational behavior and leadership, social inclusion and gender equality, financial literacy and risk management, and agricultural market forecasting were some of the broad themes along which the papers are presented. So let me go through one by one, in brief, the papers which are presented. So Sukesh Raj Zallare and Ashish Hatangdi presented on fintech adoption, where they emphasized the role of fintech in driving financial inclusion, particularly in Mumbai's microfinance sector. Their research identified factors like trust, security, service quality, and regulatory support as key drivers for fintech adoption, with digital financial confidence emerging as a mediator for inclusive financial behavior. Mehak Chabaria presented Go Digital as a core strategy for Atmanirbhar Bharat, promoting digital infrastructure, literacy, and service delivery across governance, education, MSMEs, finance, and rural development. On the other hand, we had Yogita and Nidhi Jain, who explored the role of green investments through public-private partnerships in achieving sustainable development goals. While noting strong ecological contributions, they highlighted challenges in financial scaling, policy coherence, and risk-sharing models, recommending harmonizing PPP guidelines with SDG targets and expanding green finance frameworks. We had Rachna Kulkarni and Naina Salve, who shed light on the pivotal role women play in waste management at household and community levels, citing successful initiatives led by women's collectives. Their study emphasized the need for women to integrate more meaningfully into organized waste management systems and create successful businesses in this sector. We also had Mr. Alok Hardikar and Sunil Karve, who examined the impact of the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative on consumer satisfaction in ride-hailing services, that is Ola and Uber. Their findings indicated that Ola's localized approach has enhanced consumer trust, while Uber maintains a broad customer base through brand reputation and service consistency. Bhagyashree Tripathi and Dr. Sanjeev Thakur investigated factors influencing apparel buying behavior through urban women in Maharashtra, identifying personalization, affordability, brand trust, online convenience, and cultural aesthetics as key drivers. Their paper offers implications for empowering the Indian retail sector. Ravindra Day's research demonstrated a significant positive correlation between effective leadership practices and increased job satisfaction and job retention, underscoring their critical role in fostering positive work environments. Dr. Mamta Rane highlighted emotional intelligence, particularly catharsis, that is healthy release of emotions, as crucial for effective leadership, leading to better emotional control, stress reduction, and interpersonal efficacy. Ananya Prabhu, Sanika Valve, Shravya Shetty, and Vanshita Agarwal explored how the rapid advancement and integration of new technologies have revolutionized work, impacting work-life balance by altering traditional boundaries between work and personal life. Architect Mildred Jose critically examines the othering of women in public areas, highlighting how spatial design, social norms, and intersecting social economic factors contribute to exclusion. Her study seeks to identify opportunities for more inclusive urban planning. Ms. Glancy and Mr. Rajiv propose a framework integrating the PMI risk management model, Hofstede's cultural dimensions theory, and Lusardi and Mitchell's financial literacy model to foster financial empowerment in low power distance contexts. Their findings validate that combining structured risk management, cultural sensitivity, and financial education enhances financial empowerment and proactive financial behavior. Last but not the least, Parth Lejawala and Manish Gupta demonstrated the effectiveness of machine learning models over statistical models for forecasting daily wholesale potato prices in a Mumbai mandi, emphasizing the importance of feature-rich, data-driven models for agricultural price prediction. The papers collectively demonstrated that the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative is a multifaceted endeavor, deeply intertwined with digital transformation, sustainable development, and social empowerment. The research highlights both the progress made and the persistent challenges across various sectors. A recurring theme is the crucial role of technology and digitalization in achieving self-reliance, alongside the importance of fostering trust, ensuring regulatory support, and addressing socioeconomic disparities. The conference provides valuable insights for policymakers, industry stakeholders, and researchers in shaping India's future trajectory towards a resilient, inclusive, and self-reliant economy. I would also like to thank Dr. Krupa Rai, session chair for today, for giving much needed valuable feedback. For example, I wasn't aware about the distinction between PLS-SEM and covariance SEM. So thank you so much, Krupa Rai. Over to you guys.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our session chair, Dr. Krupa Rai from KG Somaya Institute, to share her observation and comment. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Let me humbly begin by thanking the entire organizing team, Dr. Sumana, Dr. Sujata, Dr. Manish, Babu sir, Sarita ma'am. It's been pleasure. A year ago also I had the opportunity to visit your institution and do this in person. And it is again it's a pleasure doing it virtual. The conferences are generally a learning experience. I mean, maybe somebody is sharing an observation, somebody is making the presentation, but in terms of learning, we are all learners. So from that lens, sharing a couple of insights. One, all the chosen papers are very well written. So the shortlisting of papers, kudos to the reviewing team from the institution. Good job done. Whatever I could go through the papers, they are very well written, barring some of the papers where you have to give opportunity for the novice, somebody like research scholars who have started the journey. That was also very much seen. Now, quick observation in terms of writing, what I would like to share is now we have the advent of technology using generative AI in doing research, writing literature, but don't make it too evident in your writing. Ensure it is paraphrased well. Ensure the subheads or the fonts are reworked. That is one hygiene caution we must use, be it whether it's a PPT or a write-up. Second is having a logical understanding and soundness of theory is also important from a academic writing point of view. There are some very good topics like the othering, the sense of belongingness, othering, the gender study was very interesting. There was another paper which was away from management, from a psychologist, talking about leadership. Catharsis is very a new insight. ML statistical modeling, different from the mainstream management. Using macro level theories like Hofstede cultural model and talking about leveraging financial risk. Interesting topics were chosen. What I feel from a publication research point of view is use of generative AI intelligently. Some were, it's like prompt given, extracted report. So that caution we all must take care. Citations, the discipline in which we cite, that needs to be taken care. With these a couple of remarks, I would like to congratulate the entire organizing team for this successful event. There has been a diverse learning, diverse perspective. All the best to the people who are in the journey of PhD, the research scholars. Do well use such platforms to share your insight. And the ones who have almost completed your work, there are many research papers who are in a very good shape of to get published. So look for a appropriate journal and publish your work. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope my review comments were useful to the individual participant. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just a second.
Krupa, if you don't mind, I would like to ask a couple of questions. Actually, when you were discussing about and you were giving comments to Bhagyashree, and this was pertaining to the exploratory study that she had done. You mentioned about an author named Charles. I didn't catch the entire name.
It's a Charles Worth. Okay, that is actually Charles Worth is not author. It's a proof editing service by Oxford Publication. So
Okay.
Charles Worth is belongs to Oxford Publication. If you submit your paper, then they generally recommend that you can get your manuscript proofread by Charles Worth. They have given a very nice write-up on the difference between what is conceptual framework and theoretical framework. So that reading kind of helps us to distinguish how to use that in our manuscript. So I felt
their website basically probably would have a lot of documents pertaining.
Research, blogs. For somebody who is very new to research, it's a nice write-up, not very heavy.
Okay. So that was one. And second, usually for something like covariance based SEM, what kind of tools would you usually use? So
So
are you using something like SPSS or
SPSS along with AMOS, that is of SPSS. So
Right.
AMOS generally gives us the confirmatory factor analysis. We start with exploratory factor and then that leads to a confirmatory. Reporting in a manuscript happens of confirmatory analysis, that is CFA, followed by structural equation modeling with all the familiar indices. So why covariance based? When we pre-decide the construct, we use an XYZ theory. So there is already pre-decided construct, which means our claim in the research paper is I'm confirming the existing theory.
Okay.
That might be extended, possibly, or there is a future research agenda in terms of extension of the theory. But what happens with a smart PLS usage, we are trying to speak about factors which are yet to be explored. So partial least square, one smart PLS advantage is it can give a good result with small sample size. Something that is not possible in terms of AMOS. And it also gives, if the data distribution is not normal, still it kind of gives some decent result. Therefore, people find it easy to work and report, but there is a theoretical soundness. We need to understand software later, but then understand the theory first. So yeah. So when you're exploring, use PLS. When you're confirming, use CV.
So when theory building needs to happen, you may use smart PLS.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And if you could just quickly throw some light on Justin Paul's popular frameworks you had just.
Yes, so TCCM is one popular framework. What it gives us, let's say I have, so recently we published a work where we try to refer some 3,000 papers, and then we brought down that to some 339 paper in the space of healthy eating. So when you have such large data and you have to structure your thought process, now Justin Paul gave one very popular framework, that is theory. So you take all the papers, read them through the abstract. Now we can do this with the help of AI also. We used Cite and Elicit tool, AI tool, Elicit AI, where it kind of help us identify the methods, interventions, theories used. So it takes away all the laborious tasks. Now all the theories used for the last 50 years. Now which theory was dominating in that specific area for the last 50 years? Now that is T stands for theory. So that's what it gives. Next is context. Now context meaning in what all geography the papers were published. So it talks about the kind of heat map. Maybe in the US, UK, developed country, there's more publication. Maybe country like India, there is occurrence of such kind of publication. So that is a context. Now, when it comes to characteristics, it purely talks about different variables used in the different research paper. So what variable authors have largely used as dependent, independent, mediating, moderating. And the last is method, whether it is qualitative, quantitative, etc. There is another SPAR 4 model where he speaks about scientific procedures for literature review. So these are two popular frameworks. Anybody can take help.
So rather than using Prisma, these are the new frameworks which should be followed. Is that?
No, Prisma is sorting of your data.
Okay.
Prisma flowchart is what kind of keywords have we used, how we sort the data, how we assemble the data, how we screen the data. So that's a universal tool used to filter the data and organize. So from unstructured, you're moving your data to structured one. Once you have a structured data, then how you build theory, how you identify variable.
So
if you see
TCCM or SPAR 4 will come post Prism.
That kind of handhold us to draft our manuscript much more scientifically.
Correct. Related to this, I had one more query. that nowadays Scopus and Scopus like databases, they have this built-in analytics
Yes.
where this
Saival, yes.
co-citation and all those charts,
Yes.
you can make them
Yeah, we
automatic.
can use them as well.
Those are usable in
Yes, those are usable. In fact, we ourselves use the chronological publication number, which otherwise also you can use any other software, but in on Scopus it was easy for us to find. This just immediately appears. So people
Right.
do use. Yes, yes, absolutely.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you
Krupa.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable insights. We are eagerly awaiting for the results. This conference was truly enlightening, providing us with deeper understanding of various sectors contributing to India's journey towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. We appreciate the opportunity to learn and grow. We extend our heartful gratitude, ma'am, for sharing your expertise with us. So now I request everyone we'll have a 5 minutes break until we get the results. So it's fine if we all go video off and your microphones off. So we'll meet in another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for waiting. Now we move forward. It's time to recognize and appreciate the efforts of all our participants. Thank you for your dedication and participation throughout the event. We will be felicitating two exceptional papers that have truly stood out for their depth, originality. Requesting Mr. Babu and Dr. Sarita Vichore to kindly announce the winners.
Just wait. Yes, may I?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, everyone. As a convener of the conference, first, let me tell you that I'm really thankful to the effort put in by all the presenters and the authors. All the papers are really each of the papers are having different flavor, and I'm really thankful to all the authors because they have connected with the Atmanirbharata, Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant. So all the many different sectors, many sectors of Indian economy have been touched upon today. Right from the morning itself, and we tried to understand that the process of becoming self-reliant in those sectors. So thank you all the authors and the presenters for presenting for contributing your manuscripts first and presenting your research papers and being with us from the morning itself. Thank you so much to all of you. Now, there's a competition also. Let me tell you the method. Total 4 assessment criteria were there. The first one is plagiarism report. And then there are 2 blind reviewers. And the last one is a session chair's observation. In total 200 marks have been divided into these 4 components: plagiarism report, 2 blind reviewers, and session chairs. Based on that, according to the merit, what we get is that now there's a suspense. So let the honor let directors sir and director ma'am should announce the names of the winners. After over to Krish. Okay, over to Shweta.
Now we shall announce the second best paper award. The prize
Yes.
is certificate
Yes.
and a cash prize of 7,000.
So the second best paper award for today goes to the title of the paper was Digital Collection Challenges in Mumbai's Microfinance. And this was written by Mr. Sukesh Raj Jallare and Dr. Ashish Hattangadi from ADMI FMS. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
And the first may be announced by
Now we shall announce the best paper award. The prize is certificate and a cash prize of 10,000.
I'm extremely glad to announce the best paper award. But before that, let me tell you, I was sitting all through and all your presentations were wonderful. It's very difficult to choose only 2 papers. Completely enjoyed your presentation. Excellent work. Thank you all for sending your papers to us. Now, the best paper titled Forecasting Daily Potato Prices in a Mumbai Mandi by Parth Laijawala and Professor Manish Gupta. Congratulations. Over to Professor Sumana.
Thank you so much for joining us in this celebration and for the presenting the award. Congratulations once again to all the winners. A big round of applause to all the winners and heartfelt thanks to every presenters who contributed to the success of this event. To officially conclude the day, I now invite Ms. Pooja our co-convener, to deliver the vote of thanks.
It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So good evening, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to get this opportunity to give the vote of thanks. I'll keep it short because in the first half, Dr. Sunita Pujar has already thanked everyone. But I think the second half, I would like to thank most importantly our management, Mr. Ashokji Saraf, and our chief guest, our guest of honor, and also very important, our session chair, Dr. Kripa Rai, because of her insight. And so important, she has patiently given so many inputs to each of the paper presenters. I think that has been a lot of kind of a short session for all the presenters to get inputs and get it published in really good, impactful journal. So thank you so much, Dr. Kripa Rai. I would like to thank also our support behind the entire event, that is our our guiding lights, our directors, Dr. C. Babu, Director DSIMS, and Dr. Sarita Vichore, ma'am, Director DSJS. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for always guiding us. And also, I would like to thank our Chief Convener, Dr. Shumana Chaudhary. She has been relentlessly working from last few months on this, and also very well supported by Dr. Sunita Pujar, right? And also by our team, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kaushik, Professor Manish Gupta, and myself. Also, this wouldn't have been possible without the papers that has been given by all the presenters. So thank you so much, all the authors. We expect that this relationship continues for the next research conference as well. And all this is possible with the support of our support staff and the staff members, especially mentioning registrars, Mr. Sharad and Mr. Sanjay Gupta, and also mentioning Nidisha, Rashmi, Shilpa, and all the staff behind that. Also, a special mention to our PV Advertisers Agency. And last but not the least, if I would say that entire Burning the Midnight Oil, that I would say generally, literally, because they have met even during our 10 p.m. call, all our student volunteers. And this is a unique blend, I would put in record, that our junior students who have just joined has been mentored by our senior volunteers. I would take their name, please stand up. We really would like to appreciate you. Miss Bianca, please come here. Yeah, Miss Harshita. And the entire event is covered by our entire event is covered by a very enthusiastic social media committee team, Mr. Akash. You can stand up at your place. Mr. Rajat. Then we also have one of our student, that is Miss Janki, who is also a part of social media. And you can see the kind of the flow of the event was covered by our very own students, that is our volunteers, the host of the day. I think you all loved it the way they presented. So a special thanks and a lot of congratulations for doing this so well at your first attempt. So I'll take your name. Okay, Mr. Brendan. Good job. Well done. Second half was well taken care of by Mr. Swish. Well done. And Mr. Kumar. Who was taking care of all the presentations and at the IT end, right? So all of you have done a lot. And thank you so much. And very important support system of our RIRC team, Ms. Neha Sawant. Okay. I would like to end this, and with that, I would like to inform you that you would all receive your certificates and the registration receipts by next week. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend and have a good day. Thank you so much.
With that, let us close. Yeah, end it. End the program.
Any participant would like to say something?
Okay.
Okay.
So with that,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
End the program. Thank you.
Thank you.